Step into the unknown with us. Here at Paranormal M, we bring you stories that'll leave you questioning the very fabric of reality. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with our latest mind-bending tales. We hope you have a thought-provoking time listening. Did I see a shadow person? Anyway, so I'm asleep on the couch sometimes. At least last night, in fact. But I woke up this morning before the sun. In the house at night, we'll leave the stove light on for a nightlight of sorts. That's about the only thing on, usually. As was the case last night. So the couch's back is towards the kitchen doorway, and the stove light shines from one end of the kitchen to the wall that you can see through the doorway from the couch and living room. Hope that makes sense. So I woke up and raised my head up, looking around to stand up, as always, and I glanced toward the kitchen doorway, and of course, see the kitchen wall that was always dimly lit by the stove light. For that brief moment, maybe 3 seconds, I saw what looked like the silhouette or shadow of a human-shaped being in what I would call a brisk walk toward the living room doorway. It disappeared as it got close to the living room. I'm 6'2", and I'd wager based on the shadow, it was maybe a half-foot shorter than me. It was skinny and kinda soft-edged. It was bizarre because when you see a shadow like that, you expect there to be a person to the side of it casting the shadow. So that's what ran through my mind at first. Where the shit is this person? So I think this has to be my mind and eyes messing with me. I walk into the kitchen, and of course, nothing is there. No one, nothing. My cat does walk in from the laundry room right after he hears me enter the kitchen. But kitters, that's how he wrote it. But kitters don't make human shadows that walk briskly and disappear, especially when they're in the other room. It bothers me for a bit, but I have to get ready for work and I don't have time to think about it too much. But the shadow people thing popped in my head. My knee-jerk, though, is that my eyes just messed with me since I had just woken up. Yet I'm still slightly unsure and kind of bothered. Too much science has yet to discover. Not sure what to think. Strange things happened at our house. So we've lived in this house, built in the 1950s or so, in a small Kansas town for the last 3 or 4 years. About a year ago, I was up late watching TV. My 10-year-old son, who'd been in his room most of the night, came into the living room to see what I was up to. I was watching some YouTube channel that made fun of old B movies. I believe it was some terrible horror movie that they were talking about. They had shown an image of something. Wish I could remember what it was, but the preceding discussion kind of pulled my attention, and my son said, "Hey Dad, that kind of looks like what I saw in my room a couple of years ago." Of course, I was a bit surprised, and my interest was piqued. I sat up in my recliner and asked what he was talking about. Before I go on, I want to clarify that my kid isn't the most imaginative. Everything I say here will be justifiably taken with some skepticism. But I swear on everything holy that everything I'm saying both about the people and the story are true to my knowledge. Anyway, he hasn't ever made up fantastic stories to tell us. We don't talk about the paranormal in a serious way. Just the basic stuff. You know, the kind of stuff you do during Halloween and when we see a spooky film. I don't tell him it's real, And don't put things in his head either. In fact, I tell him it's fake if it's clearly fake, and kind of drill it in him to always try to solve mysteries. Usually you'll find an explanation for the unexplained if you stay rational. He also doesn't make up tales and try to get us to believe them for a laugh or to fool us. Very straightforward kid, full of life and fun, but he doesn't do stories. You just have to take my word for it. Much like the rest of this. So he goes on to tell me that one night a month or so after we moved in, he was asleep in his room when he was awoken. He was, of course, half asleep and unsure why he woke up. He was laying there and notices a small sound coming from the top of his bed where his dresser was, just 3 or 4 feet away. So he starts trying to figure out what it was. He can tell it's coming from north, above his head, so he cocks his head to look to the right and up towards the dresser. It's dark in his room, and the only porch light kind of shines dimly through the shades, and it was illuminating the room. So he's trying to make whatever it is out, but has to readjust his whole body to be able to look directly at the dresser. What he told me honestly kind of freaked me out a little. With a straight face, and without hesitation, he says the sound he heard was coming from my metal flashlight that was sitting butt up, the light bulb end on the dresser, and was slowly moving in a circular pattern, maybe an inch or 2 in circumference around. He said a hand was gripping the handle. He said he could see up to the elbow area, but couldn't see more due to, it looking like it went maybe in a 2-inch space behind the dresser and the wall. That part of the memory was a little bit more blurry as he was focused on the flashlight in the arm. Plus, it all happened in maybe 5 to 10 seconds. I asked what it looked like, and with certainty, he said it was an old lady's arm. I asked how he knew. He said you could see veins, like on an old lady. I asked him if it was Grandma X, Y, or Z, his elderly great-grandma in her 90s at the time. He said, yep. I asked what else he could describe, and he said the arm and skin was kind of see-through, otherwise known as transparent, and it was like a dull purplish color. I thought that to be pretty odd. He also said she had fingernails like Mom, but kind of pointy. Again, he's a 10-year-old boy, not the most knowledgeable of women's fingernail styles. But anyway, I Googled and showed him some styles, and he picked something similar between almond and coffin in this picture. Again, very specific. He said he laid there staring in terror at this arm moving my flashlight in a small circular pattern until his flight instinct kicked in. He ran like hell into the living room. Strangely enough, he didn't tell us. He said Mom was actually up because it was around 5, but she was on the phone and he didn't want to bother her call. Usually it's important work stuff, so being a good little kid, he just slid past her and jumped into bed with me where I was still asleep. He fell asleep after a bit and never thought to tell us. I'm at home a lot now, but back then we were very busy. To school with him, head to work, had one job and onto the second little business that we created. It's crazy. But he genuinely never thought to tell us. Well, till that night, a year or so ago, I was floored. I told him it was probably sleep paralysis and not to worry about it. Inside, though, I wasn't sure. It shook me. I was shook. He's never had an instance like that before or since. No ghost arms, legs, heads, nothing. No more stories, just normal childhood. I asked my wife who lived here before, and of course, it was an old lady who had passed away a few years back. I asked if she knew what kind of nails she had. Of course, she didn't know. We keep meaning to somehow ask the neighbor who knew the lady. But yeah, that's weird, so we kind of haven't done it. On to instance 2. It's shorter, I promise. Okay, so a week or so after he told me that, I was in the living room in the middle of the day, picking up some cups and tidying up. I was by myself. I had unknowingly left a bowl next to my recliner from the night before. I was picking up something from about 8 feet away from the bowl, and I was looking at the coffee table near the bowl, with the bowl just out of my focused line of view. Maybe a couple of feet left of my point of focus, not far. At that moment, I heard and half saw the spoon in the bowl flip around inside of it. I heard the ting, 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 and caught the glistening of the spoon reflecting light with my eye. I then stared at the bowl and tried to make sense of what happened. Nothing was near the bowl. Nothing near it moved. I looked all around it for something to have rolled into it or hit it somehow to get the spoon to flip around like it did, but nothing. I was at a loss. I did not and still do not know how to file that into my head. Now we skip ahead to last night, and the reason that I'm sharing here. You can't go to a team of scientists with shit like this, so I come here. I don't know what else to do with it. So yesterday I shared a video to the ghost subreddit. The story was that I was sitting in my easy chair, surprise, surprise, in the living room last night and had heard a truck near the house kind of revving a little bit. It stayed nearby a little long for me, so I decided to check our security cams to see what I could see. I find my one cam on the side of the house. I can hear it the best there. So I go live view and just kind of watch and listen on my phone, trying to make anything out. The truck sounded stationary, so I was thinking it was just a neighbor. Turned out it was. And I was about to close the camera when I see before my eyes on the screen a black semi-transparent blob smoothly slide across the image to what would be directly into my house. I was kind of taken back, as I had seen bugs on my cam screens before, and you can usually make out that it's a bug in one way or another. But this looked different. I hit the save video button so I could take a look again. I watched it half a dozen times and could not really convince myself that it was some super bug in the lens. Maybe a super small bug. These are what they call blink cams. They have pretty small camera lenses, about the size of a dime. Of course, there are probably thousands of bugs that are also super small too, so. But then I checked the outside temperature, 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Pretty cold for bugs. I go outside to check and see if there's any other bugs or anything on or near the cam. I find not a single thing on it. I see no bugs on the walls near it, around the porch light, or anywhere outside. I can't be sure, and I know there are people on the subreddit that see all kinds of stuff posted that are pretty benign. So I share. I get a few it's a bug, but this helps ease my curiosity some. Wife experiences air blown onto her ear. I've had some weird stuff happen in the house, but it's hit or miss. We go months without anything, then usually get a few things in a row. Anyway, my wife had come home and I was in bed. She woke me up and was standing at the foot of the bed talking as I tried to stay awake. I doze off and she yells, "Slug! I need you to wake up for a minute and be wide awake," with fear in her voice. She says that she was standing there and had started checking her texts when a very definite and direct burst of wind, as if someone blew at her, hit her ear. Just her ear, as if it was directed at it. blew her hair near around her ear as well. Made the huff sound. She initially assumed someone had snuck up behind her and blew at her ear, but then got scared when she realized it was just us. I'm quite obviously in bed. I could tell it scared and startled her. I assured her everything was fine and began looking for explanations. I found a total of 0 explanations. I told her no harm, no foul, tried to laugh it off. No fans, no AC vent on that side of the room, no windows open. Just her standing in the same place for a minute and focusing on her phone when a very human mouth-like puff of air on her left ear occurred. That's it. Nothing else happened. I'm alone in the living room a few hours later, 4 a.m., and not a single weird thing has happened. That's usually how it goes. Anyone else heard repeated instances of Dementor-looking things? So I mow cemeteries. Funny, right? And they're rather large, so I have lots of time I can listen to stuff. I listen to books and songs and often stuff like Jim Harold's Campfire. He's my boy. Well, I don't know him, but to me, he's one of the OG in the supernatural podcasts. Today I was 1 episode back from his latest, and there was a woman who was asleep. Woke up and rolled over to look at her hubby who was sleeping, and standing over him was a figure of a humanoid-type being with a kind of floaty, wispy cloak or something. She mentioned the closest thing most people know would be Harry Potter Dementors. She said it was kind of transparent, but she could make it out well enough. Creepy. But it connected a dot to my memory. After logging hundreds, if not thousands of hours of true scary story podcasts, I remember another case of a person who saw a Dementor-type creature. If I remember right, he was out with friends one night walking down the street when they noticed something floating down the streets up in the air. They couldn't make it out at first, but as they got closer, he said to his terror, it was a thing with a hooded-type cloak with a floaty, wispy fray to it. They tried to catch up to it, but it literally flew off and they lost it. He mentioned the Dementor similarities as well. Now, being rational, perhaps they're both lying. Or one is and the other imagined a Dementor-ish creature being influenced by the films. Or maybe it is really a thing, like the infamous Hat Man. We were screaming in room 402. A couple of weeks ago, me and 5 other close friends decided to enjoy the weekend in the mountains. We did hiking in the morning, and in the night we selected a hotel across the river. Decided to spend the night there. It was a villa with 2 rooms inside. The villa entrance opened towards Riverside. At around 11 p.m., one of the friends' body temperatures was so hot that we thought he was having a bad fever. But he didn't feel ill much. We gave him medicine, went to our rooms. 2 boys were in one room, and 4, including me, were in the other room. Before sleeping, we were talking about some horror stories and stuff, then we slept at around 11 p.m. Everything felt normal. Around 3 a.m., I woke up screaming at the top of my lungs. My friend sleeping beside me was waking me up, and I was waking up 3 others that were also screaming. I don't remember seeing a nightmare. A few seconds after I woke up, I heard someone getting out of the other room and going back, where the 2 boys were. We were all frightened. We didn't sleep afterwards. As the sun came out, we were a bit relaxed, but only for some time. Then we discussed what happened with the 2 boys from the other room. They told that one of them woke up and went outside, He was trying to open the locked door that opened towards the riverside. He was conscious only when he was trying to open the door. He don't remember the part where he woke up and went outside. The other boy confirmed that he saw him doing this. This was the sound I heard that I mentioned above when I woke up, and all this happened at the same time in two different but adjacent rooms. We asked the hotel guys, but they said it never happened to anyone before. Luckily, we had to leave, so we packed our bags, left the hotel. I also have some random screenshots and videos that were taken automatically in my locked phone when we were hiking in the morning. The phone was in my pocket. My dad's ghost encounter as a kid. So my dad told me this story when I was a kid, and it used to really scare me at the time. So this encounter happened in Yzuluh, Arizona, which is a really small and old mountain community in the White Mountains. When my father was around 13 years old, he was out riding one of his horses. When the sun started to set, he began heading back towards his home. He turned into a small back road to cut some time off the trip. He explained to me that he had this overwhelming feeling that he was being followed, but didn't hear or see anyone. He slowly rode his horse down the trail. About halfway down the small dirt road, he began hearing noises. Noises that he said sounded like someone running towards him. Whatever it was spooked his horse bad, and the horse took off at a full sprint with my dad still on his back. He told me that as the horse picked up speed, the overwhelming feeling turned to sheer terror as he saw something running alongside him, about 10 feet off the trail in the woods. He explained to me as some kind of evil or pure darkness. At this point, he was nearing his mom's property. He said that towards the end of the trail, whatever that thing was got right next to him and the horse, and appeared to be trying to mimic my father's appearance. He believes that because he was on his horse, and whatever that thing was wasn't able to mimic his shape and the horse at the same time. And when not successful, the shadow let out an annoyed yell and disappeared back into the woods. My dad also says that when he got home and told his mom what had happened, apparently she knew a man who was a Catholic priest and who had an identical experience along the same dirt road as my father, and that he too credits his survival to the fact that the entity couldn't copy the shape of him while on the horse. Whenever my dad talks about this, it gets very emotional, so it's hard to get more details. But I do truly believe him. My father's not the kind of person who would make up a story like this for attention. My dad's ghost encounters as a kid, Part 2. Wow, never thought that this would blow up the way it did, but you guys asked for it, so as promised, here's another one of my father's ghost stories from living in Yzuluh. This is a longer one. I'll do my best to summarize without leaving out something important. So my dad's mom was a real hippie, used to share her property with people. They would come and go sometimes, and sometimes they would stay for long periods. Sometimes they would just stay the night. This would take place about a year after the first story I shared, so my dad would have been 14 at this time. A small group of people came to stay on the property. They seemed like kind of a rambunctious group, drinking and partying all day and all night. Well, they randomly left after a night of heavy drinking, only to return the next morning with quote-unquote artifacts, as they called it. Really what they did is stumbled on an old cemetery, stole some of the things placed on top of the graves. My father told me he was immediately scared The whole idea of messing with graves and stealing from them already made him uneasy. Well, apparently that night they decided to use a Ouija board to try and contact the spirits. My dad, angered and annoyed by this, decided to go inside, go to bed. He said right around 2 a.m. he heard a person scream bloody murder. I went out to the living room, but was afraid to go outside. He turned away from the front door and through a window in the living room saw 2 red eyes staring in at him. Mind you, this window's opening is about 10 feet from the ground. There were no barrels or hay bales up against the wall on the other side. My dad told me when he woke up the next morning that people had left without a trace. The only thing left there was campfire smoldering out. Fast forward a few weeks, and the whole family began to experience paranormal happenings. And yeah, my grandma's also confirmed this story. So, apparently one night my dad woke up to get some water, and as he's walking down the hallway, the pictures on the wall were twisting and distorting. When he rubbed his eyes to get a better look at the front door, it flew wide open and then slammed shut hard. He said it startled him to the point where he woke his mom up and told her. After a few more days of paranormal activities, Mom decided to get a priest to bless the house. And this priest is actually still alive to this day, and I've met him. When he entered the property, he sternly told everyone that he was going to go in alone, and they shouldn't follow him. My dad said the priest almost looked terrified, but like he was trying to be as brave as possible. The priest walked up to the house, took a few steps in, and the door slammed shut on him. My dad wouldn't talk too much about what apparently happened in the 20 minutes or so that the priest was in the house. The only details he would tell me is that a strong wind picked up on the property, and that it almost sounded like a howling noise. He wasn't sure what was making the noise, but suddenly the windows in the house had exploded, all breaking simultaneously. And after they broke, the wind stopped, and the front door swung open. Out came the priest, panting for breath and crying blood, as my father put it. The priest panted as he sat down, and he told them, panted I'm sure, and he told them whatever was in those houses might have killed them had they not taken action. The following months after everything seemed normal, though. Weird things would still happen, but it was shallow, and everyone was used to weird things happening. My workplace is super haunted. So I've been working at this restaurant for about a year. Things have been strange since day one. I'm extremely in tune with spirits. I can sense their presence and emotions, and I can even act as a medium, though I can't let them into my body or anything like that. Even on day one of my job, I could tell something was off about this place. There were a lot of spirits, some good, some definitely not. We have a shadow man and a poltergeist, and many others. I've seen managers that don't exist according to the other managers, customers who disappear if you look directly at them. There's some sort of dark entity that appears in the corner booth when the lights go out, as well as do many others. I'm going to have a lot of stories to tell, but the first one I'll mention is one that happened a few months ago. I was closing up and my manager getting sick of how slow I was. Just turned a few of the lights off, including the one in the corner booth. The entity there has free reign of the patio as long as that one light is off, and I immediately felt it coming toward me. It had done this before, and had never been able to form a body. But this time was different. It glows pure black and has no visible eyes. It's short and broad-shouldered, and its arms are more like tentacles than actual limbs. It gets near me, which is when I actually see it. It reaches out for me and I jump away and it vanishes. Scary as hell. Guardian. As some of you know by now, I am an in-tune. Some of you will also know about Bob. The, for lack of a better term, demonic entity in the corner of my restaurant. Quick update on him. He's trying to leave the booth while the light is on. So that's so much fun already. What none of you know is that there's a spirit in the restaurant so powerful that her presence encompasses the entire room. About the size of one of those small one-room studio apartments with a toilet and shower right next to the stove and refrigerator. I call her the Guardian because of how she feels and acts. She is suspicious of every man that even goes near the woman's bathroom. When I first started, I couldn't get near the bathroom without feeling a rage so terrible that I was too afraid to go in and clean. She's opened and closed stall doors, and a few customers have reported seeing a bloody and burned woman in the mirror. Until they look directly at her. Then, gone. She's always seen staring at the door of the room. I've never seen her, and she's grown accustomed enough to me to allow me in to clean, so long as I'm the only person in there, and I prop the door open. I only hope that by the day a coworker closes the door, she trusts me enough, or else, well, may God have mercy on my soul, because she is powerful enough for harmful physical contact, you could say. The scariest event at the haunted Portillo's. So it's been a while. Been wanting to tell this story, but I've been struggling to find the correct words to describe the fear that I felt. It was during late night dinner rush. Not an actual thing, but it's what I call the rush of people that we get before closing. Oddly, a World War II vet walks. It's odd because I'd imagine he'd be in bed at this time. Old age doesn't tend to lend itself to late nights. I could describe the guy from conversations before this, but he's not the point of the story. What followed him in was. All at once, I and several others froze in fear, and all babies in the restaurant start crying. I don't know how to describe this thing. Its presence chilled me to my core. Every breath was forced, as was every movement. It was terrifying, powerful, and darker than anything I'd ever felt, but lighter than anything else too. Its existence was a horrible paradox. It, however, felt indifferent, like it had a job to do that it didn't really care for one way or another. I've only one single idea as to what I felt on that day. My theory is aided in the fact that it followed the 90-something veteran out of the restaurant as well, and I haven't seen him since. I think what came in that day was death. Or, if there are more than one Reaper, perhaps. Bob is calling me. Some of you may remember I used to post on here a few years back. And that I'm sensitive to spirits. I stopped posting because I changed jobs. My new job isn't haunted. But when I was posting, it was about the Portillo's at North Ave and Bloomingdale Road in Glendale Heights, Illinois. You may also remember that I had a necklace blessed by the Pope. Well, I got COVID a year or so back around Christmas. Had to go to the ER coughing up blood. Luckily, it was just my coughing aggravating my airways. Well, I had to get an x-ray while there and had to take the necklace off. And it got lost. I used to post about a malicious entity that liked to hang out in the corner booth. I could tell it was never a living thing, but as an atheist, I don't really think it's a demon. It seems to gain power the more I feared it, so I named it Bob, to take some of that power away. I still go to that area. My buddy lives within walking distance of the Portillos. I go to his house every Friday for D&D. Recently, that being since I lost my necklace, I felt drawn to the Portillos when I'm over there. At first, it was just a random craving for their food, so I went through the drive-thru once or twice. However, every time it's a stronger call, and every time I think more and more about going in to get food. Now it's this idea of having my D&D group meet at Portillo's Friday for game, despite the fact that I know how dangerous Bob can be around midnight. I think he might have sensed my lack of protection and is now trying to drag me back there somehow. Ask Reddit. Back in high school, I was driving home from a friend's house. They lived about 20 miles away in a neighboring town. We lived in a really rural, forested area. There was a shortcut that my friends and I would often take to avoid traveling through the center of town, which saved a bit of time and was the route of choice for getting a little baked face. Being one of those nights, I opted for the shortcut, which was a fairly long, winding dirt road that passed around the perimeter of a large pond. This was a no streetlights, no houses through the middle of the forest, room for one car at a time sort of road. Though we'd always joked about how freaked out we were driving at night, usually expecting pond monsters or a Sasquatch party. We had never actually seen anything scary. This particular night, it was around 1 a.m. And I was already succumbing to my heightened paranoia and decided to drive a little faster to get it over with. I rounded one of the corners, slammed on the brakes. About 100 feet ahead of me was what looked like an old woman wearing a shawl and a long coat, her back to me, walking slowly, slouched over, and carrying 2 black trash bags. Despite my sudden stop and most likely audible high-pitched scream, the woman didn't turn or acknowledge me in any way. After catching my breath and realizing I shouldn't shit myself in my parents' car, I decided to man up a little and ensure that she was okay. I drove up to her and rolled the windows down. I asked if she needed any help. She just continued to walk, head down, acting like I wasn't there. I asked if she needed a ride. She kept walking. One last chance, I'm yelling, "Ma'am, are you okay?" With no response, I decided that it was time to freak out. Thinking about what could be in the bags, the fact that I was a mile or two from the nearest house in the middle of the woods, that I didn't even see her face, it was pitch black, she wasn't responding, and I was pretty stoned. I jetted home and forced myself to sleep. In the morning, I told my parents, and I was met with some heavy eye rolling, both dismissing it as nothing. I still think about what her deal was, what was in the bags, and who she was. Ask Reddit. I was very closeted when I was younger, and I struggled a lot with homophobia. I had some close friends from work who knew I was gay but couldn't really talk to me about it because I couldn't hear it. I used to drink a lot to make my reality more bearable. That didn't help matters, as I'd just end up being miserable and acting weird to the people around me. The unfortunate thing was that people tried to help, but I couldn't really process that. Nothing ever made me feel better. Nothing made me feel loved. I was like 19 or 20 at the time. Went to a party with these friends and some other people that we worked with, and a friend I had a crush on left to do something with a girl that he liked. I was drunk and miserable and feeling lost, and a man walked up to me and started talking to me. I had never seen him before, but he knew me, like knew me. He outlined exactly what was happening. Told me I didn't need to stress what was happening now. He waved at the people and told me that they don't understand. But someday they will. He reassured me everything would be fine. I would find happiness and love. I don't remember a lot of specifics, but it was the most comfort I'd ever felt. It made me feel better at a time when for years absolutely nothing ever made me feel better. We talked for a while and then he walked away. But I couldn't find him again and no one else reported seeing him at all. He was the coolest thing, rather the closest thing to an angel I could conceive of. Or just a really kind human who's really good at reading young, self-hating gay boys, but I believe the former. Old man face in my ceiling. This happens when I'm 14. My mom and I had moved into a new house that wasn't very new at all. We were told an old couple lived there before us, and the husband had died in the house some years back. Naturally, we cleaned the house from top to bottom, including the yard spaces in the front and back. The backyard is rather long and had a veggie garden. The garden was overgrown and we could still see some old tomatoes withering away. It was a big garden, and we were told the old man loves to garden and took good care of his veggies. I wanted to keep it, but Mom wanted a full backyard. One day my mom and I went out to demolish the garden. We pulled up everything and threw away all of it, burned some too. The night we tore up the garden, still wishing we kept it, I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the side profile of an old man spread across my ceiling. It was like a heat-censored image, kind of greenish-yellowish hue. I could make out the hat, nose, chin, and the rest of the head that covered my whole ceiling. It was like a projection of some sort. I felt my body tense up in fear, and I quickly turned over and tried to sleep on my face. I had a feeling it was the old man about his garden. I started to apologize profusely until I fell asleep again. I'm 33 and I still get a little anxiety when falling asleep on my back with my face toward the ceiling. Never did show up again, though. I think something has reached out to me. I've been an avid enjoyer of the paranormal since 6th grade, and I've always had some sort of connection to it. My grandmother claims to be able to see the dead quite clearly, and has told me on countless occasions things that she had seen. She also has told me about how in my childhood I claimed to see the ghost of a girl named Sally. You could write this off as a kid's wild imagination if you were, if it were just for the vivid detail to which I described the deaths of her and her family. My grandmother, though, this was fine till one day when she left me and my baby sister in the bathtub alone for just a moment. My sister, of course, in a bath chair so she couldn't get hurt. When she came back to us, both screaming, I was apparently pushing me and my sister away from the faucet because it was pouring scorching water. When my grandmother asked what happened, I told her Sally had done it. It was then that she told me I had to end my friendship with Sally, and I had to be clear and cut throat with her. I have no memory of this, but I can distinctly remember a black figure with red eyes I used to see in her room. Now that you understand a little bit about how sensitive my family is to stuff, I need help deciphering some things. Recently, in fact, just 9 hours before this post, The Boys, a YouTube group I enjoy posting a video on, they were posted a video on The Conjuring house. I absolutely love The Conjuring. It's a comfort movie of mine, and I love to watch whenever I can. However, I also have incredibly bad bipolar and go through bouts of extreme paranoia and can't always watch. I went through a bout last month and assumed I was fine to watch this video, and I was so excited to get to watch my favorite group explore a house. And I too wanted to explore it one day. I'm not so sure I should anymore, since watching the video my paranoia's come back tenfold. Every time I close my eyes, I see faces and scenes of terrifying things. I have to keep the light on or else I see faces in the dark. Could have sworn I felt things grab at my skin, and I'm absolutely terrified even of just writing this. I have to know if this is just my paranoia, or is it possible for things to reach out through footage? If so, when will it end? Eerie Victorian, sharing my apartment with spirits. My life changed, and I wanted out of the city. I sold my house and needed to start over. My partner and I have jobs that are considered untraditional and frowned upon by much of the older generation. I realized pretty quickly how strange I am to some people and how much harder it would be to find a place. Quiet, sleepy retirement homes were apparently not interested. We had first and last, and we're quiet, and we work long days. A friend messaged me and told me that she knew someone renting an apartment above her home. We went and had a look. Cool place, great spot, super quiet in the fall and winter months. I had a feeling immediately upon entering the apartment that the air was heavy and the feeling was a bit uneasy. We moved here in October of this year. And the first night my partner and I are up watching TV, I can see a tall shadow figure with a hat standing at the top of the stairs. This is my first time experiencing a shadow person or encountering one. A few days pass and I'm still seeing him at the top of the stairs, every night around 2 or 3 a.m. Being someone who is sensitive, it's not entirely out of the norm for me to see spirits. My partner woke up at 1 in the morning and asked me, "Do you see him, the Hat Man?" Yep, every night. Some nights we even hear him enter the house, walk up the few flights of stairs, jiggle the door handle, stand in the hall, and stare. My cat is not a fan and knows when he's coming. She likes to run to the door and sit on the steps and growl at him. We all hear him and see him. My dog was convinced for a while that someone was coming to visit and would get excited hearing him walk up the stairs and would go to greet him. Basically, my apartment is a revolving door for spirits. Upon moving here, I realized I picked a home extremely close to a crematorium, probably too close for comfort for most. If you want more, I plan to continue this in parts. The apartment came with a couple sealed-off spaces with latch locks on the outsides, but that's for another post. And yes, we did open them. I'm still here, and it's still haunted. Eerie Victorian. Can you see me? Misery loves company. Before I talked about the Hat Man, this one, in my opinion, was the most disturbing spirit in my home. Occasionally, I would hear what sounded like a woman singing or crying. I've only seen her once. My partner has seen her a few times. The woman wasn't the problem. It was her husband or an ex. We gathered that she did not like him. They would sometimes appear together, her standing behind him. Unfortunately, I regularly seen or heard him. He's in his late 50s, early 60s, bald, dirty white shirt, suspenders, and jeans. My cat was completely terrified of him. I would hear the pantry door open and my cat would run to me with all of her fur standing on end. She would sit in the kitchen at night and growl. I would go in there usually to find nothing at all. But one night the pantry door opened. All the cabinet doors opened and the light turned on. I can see all this from my room in the hallway. The apartment was extremely small. My girlfriend and I jumped up and went to check it out. I was in total disbelief. The next day I cleansed and realized I had removed the doorstop from the outside of the door that seemed to do nothing. I noticed there was a spot painted over for what looked like a latch. Problem solved. I put a latch on it. I stayed up late that night, but had an uneasy feeling. I've seen so much crazy shit that there's nothing that really phases me. The spirits don't pass through my bedroom. I have a lot of protection items in there. Small mirrors on the door frame looking to the hall, evil eyes, things like that. I woke up around 3:30 a.m. to whispering, which sounded like a woman. I sat up and this guy was at the end of my bed holding the metal frame. He began to lean over and smile. It was the most sinister, unnerving look. He reached out to touch me. I said something along the lines of, "Don't fucking touch me." And he said, "Can you see me?" Stating the obvious, I didn't answer. Then he left the room. A couple of days go by, haven't seen or heard him. My partner's cooking dinner and we both hear the door handle rattle. My cat runs down the stairs and was standing in the front of the door growling. I went down and yelled, "I can't help you, stop wasting your time, you're not welcome here." Never heard from him again. The spirit who he believed was his wife was seemingly younger and wore a nightgown. She stuck around. I would hear her gasp when I dropped something or opened the bathroom door as if she was always on edge. The cat voted, and she stayed. My cat would circle and purr as if someone was petting her. I no longer live there, and I'm happy about that. Right before I moved there, I was some sort of contractor doing work in the bathroom. This is the main reason we left. Horrible landlord. I was loading some stuff into my car and the contractor comes down and tells me it's been hard for her to be in that house. Her mind has been cloudy. Her life's gone downhill. She's made mistakes that she's never made doing a reno, and that she's exhausted. She said she wants to leave, and the dreads just coming here in general. Turns out she mentioned something to the landlady and asked her if it was haunted. She told her she doesn't believe in that. When she came up to check out the work being done, she was picking up some crystals and protective things I had on the counter to pack. Excuse me, I'm starving. I guess she laughed and said, "What is all this shit? Maybe it's just our apartment, or maybe she's deeply in denial. But I do wonder why she's so miserable and unhappy. Maybe she's like that, or it's gotten to her too." We moved in at roughly the same time, and now all of that shit she referred to in my apartment is gone. She ran out of money, her rich parents stopped helping her, she needs to sell. Now it's an Airbnb, just like the most of them. The scariest thing I've ever seen. When I, 17, went off to college, I wasn't really prepared for all of it. I didn't have a car and I was very introverted. Worst of all, I had very little financial aid left after paying my tuition, so I felt very lucky finding a friend almost immediately. He was a year older with some college experience, and he was rich, so he would buy me food when we went out. One time he invited me to go with him on his date, or as his date, to a charity event with the mayor. Apparently the mayor was hosting, but almost immediately after arriving, my friend ditched me to go flirt with some older ladies. I decided to go off and find my own fun. The event was taking place in this immense mansion, so there were many empty halls and rooms to explore. The sound of the party got further away as I made my way towards the corridors covered in unusual art. It was getting dark outside. I could see by the skyline windows, but this side of the house was oddly illuminated by only candles. I hadn't seen another guest in over an hour, so I felt safe going into the vacant rooms, and I guess I kind of rummaged through personal belongings. I found some odd-looking books that were written in symbols that I couldn't understand. I secretly wanted to take one, and was in the process of shoving it in my clothes, when I heard a voice down the hall. It wasn't coming from the direction of the gala, but in the opposite direction, from one of the rooms that I hadn't gone into. There was an amber light pouring from that room, so I guess they had a fireplace in there. I creeped along the hall till it was almost, or rather I was in front of the door, and it was open. I stood quietly listening. I could hear 3 male voices talking in the room. I went slowly, got onto my knees, leaned closer. Now I had a better vantage point, and I could see 2 older men and 1 younger. The older men were having a heated discussion about returning home. It was hard to hear all of what they were saying, but it seemed that the younger man was afraid and was keeping his distance. Suddenly, the oldest of the men stomped over to the younger man and grabbed his arm, yanking him to a standing position. Then he said, "You will do as you are told, Key. We must return now." The old man then dragged the young man to a long oval-shaped mirror, one that I hadn't noticed before. The other older man walked to the mirror too. They all stood in front of it. The oldest man said, "Key, open the door now." The mirror looked as if it was shimmering for a split second, then stopped. The reflection of the 3 men then changed. Their faces weren't human. The best way I'd be able to describe them was something like a draconian. It was like a human, but with a short snout, scales, and sharp teeth. Their eyebrows were rigid like lizards. As I watched in shock and horror, they walked into the mirror. I sat back on my heels and realized I'd stopped breathing. I was probably there for only a few seconds, dwelling in my fear. Then I stood up and ran. I just kept on running till I got to the park that was adjacent to the dorms. I've only told one other person, my therapist, when I was around 32. She didn't believe me. I don't even know what I saw, but I have nothing but time to recall the memory over and over again. Freak myself out wondering if they saw me. If they did, I hope they don't return to punish me. The Keyho House Investigation in Savannah, Georgia. There's a house in Savannah known to be haunted. They have a really awesome atmosphere, like free wine and cheese for guests, and a piano anyone can play. Beside the point, there's a top floor of the house no one is allowed to go in because of one of the owners hanging themselves from one of the rafters. Long story short, me and my camera guy and the tour guide and his girlfriend were all just sitting telling stories and talking. We weren't asking EVP questions, although we did have the recorder going. The climax of the night was something literally not really slapped or anything like that, but you can tell there was a presence that wanted to make itself known. A really tense, cold-as-ice whoosh just went through all of us. Mind you, it was midsummer and hot as hell in Georgia. We were all like, "Dude, did you just touch me?" Our hands were all in our lap. just to make sure if anything like that happened. We caught on our recorder the whole incident, but no EVP or anything, just the experience. It felt like an animal flapping their wings around us in a circle. No animal to be found. The best way to experience something like a paranormal experience like this is to just let it happen. Don't ask questions. Don't provoke. Just if something wants to make itself known, it will on its own accord. Later that night, I went to bed. Then I had my camera pointed to the door. I heard kids running up and down the hall. Asked the front desk clerk if there's any kids in the hotel right now. She said, "No, you're our only guest." It wasn't the scariest moment I've experienced, but I was startled. Synergistic sighting. I go to locations quite a bit, and I'm the guy that doesn't use protections or metals or sage or anything to protect myself from seeing the paranormal in my everyday life, and I accept that. I go to a lot of locations around the country, and have experienced some of the best forms of haunting anyone can see. My experience last night was different. I'm in a place that's not haunted, and I built my bare hands back in 2006 or 2007. A girl I've been seeing for 7 months, and my birthday's tomorrow, started seeing a shadowy blob of a woman with a bun tied up like a popular 1800s style. She was scared. I wasn't. This was the first time somebody else has seen the same things I see on a daily basis while sleeping. But we both saw this female apparition from the 1800s. The apparition knew me, but was petting my girlfriend like everything was okay. She was still scared. I'm just telling my story because this is something that's never happened to me with somebody else at the same time. That was a paranormal event. Just randomly at my own home. We weren't scared or anything, more inquisitive to the apparition. I tried to get answers, but everything the apparition was saying sounded like she was Charlie Brown's teacher, Kenny from South Park. Like you can understand what they're saying, but it's muffled. Anyone out there hearing this right now, if they know what happened, because I'm just used to experiencing hitchhikers from location I've been to by myself, but now there's someone with me. They get it, but like us two together, we're beacons. This was something connected to me somehow, but was wondering who I was with. And they accepted it after I protected her. Confusing, sir. But that's the end of tonight's stories. Hope to see you tomorrow night. See ya. Greetings from the captivating world of Paranormal M, where the extraordinary is our everyday. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to never miss out on our thought-provoking stories. We hope you'll leave a like, and more importantly, a comment to help us along with this algorithm. We hope you're ready to be transported into a world beyond your wildest dreams. The Jealous Twin. My distant relatives, let's call him Nick, mother's mother, Nick's grandmother, and let's call Rita, had an identical twin sister, let's call her Melanie. Okay, so Nick's grandmother got married and bore kids while her twin sister Melanie had to face a tragedy early into her own marriage. This is where her husband succumbed to an illness. Shocked and in a sadness of what had become of her, Melanie decided to spend her life in isolation and in mourning of her late husband. Out of love for her sister, Rita invited her sister Melanie to stay with their family, looking after Rita's children in an attempt to get her out of mourning. But till both of the twin sisters reached old age, Melanie continued her life in mourning. Early on to Melanie's stay with her twin sister Rita, Jealousy was apparent to everyone else in the family, especially around Rita's children. But out of respect to Rita, who was a good wife and a beloved mother and a caring sister, everyone else let Melanie's jealousy pass unnoticed. Though Melanie never made her jealousy noticeable to a great extent, her mannerisms and mild outbursts and shrewd comments around the household made it apparent to everyone who could connect the dots. Time passed by, and at the age of 70, Melanie, the jealous sister, passed away from sickness, and Rita, who was always a good sister to Melanie, mourned her sister's death. Melanie's cold corpse was brought after it was dressed and embalmed into the house she shared with Rita throughout the years, and was put on display for a few days till her last rites were conducted for all their relatives to pay their last respects, as per the customs of Sri Lanka. By this time, Rita bore 2 children, Nick's mother and a son who had migrated abroad, and Nick's mother and her husband had Nick and Nick's sister, who were around 16 years old and 15 years old respectively. During the period paranormal events took place in their home. It is customary in Sri Lanka that a corpse is not to be left alone during the display in the house, and hence during the night time when all was quiet and when all visitors had left, Nick and some of his friends and neighbors were left to accompany the corpse. It was past midnight, and most of Nick's friends had fallen asleep, and only a few of the neighbors were awake, but barely. While Nick brushed off his tired eyes and looked at the casket his second grandma laid there, he noticed that the corpse was illuminating bright colors off the corpse's facial area, which was odd to Nick. His first impression was maybe he was hallucinating things. Maybe it was owed to him being awake all night long, but out of curiosity, Nick turned off the lights, or at least the lights that illuminated the open living room where the corpse was laid, and to his dismay, he still saw a blue and red aura illuminating from the corpse's face. Nick was initially baffled, took a step back, and went straight towards one of his good friends who was fast asleep in the chair. Woke him up and explained to him what he saw. Both of them went toward the corpse. Nick asked whether his friend could see the aura coming off of the face of Melanie's corpse. The friend couldn't see neither a light nor any aura. The last rites for Melanie were carried out a few days after the incident, and her corpse was cremated, and the twin sister Rita wept out of sorrow for her sister, and the rest of the family bore a sigh of relief, knowing how jealous Melanie was about Rita and her happy family. A few days passed without incident, and one day Rita suddenly took a tumble down the stairs, but she was unharmed, and left her with only a sore back, which is a bit astonishing to her age. But suddenly all family members, including Nick's mother, father, Nick, and his sister, all felt as if someone was, or something, was pulling on their legs while climbing up the stairs at times. Eventually, Rita fell from the stairs for the second time, and this time the injuries sustained to her back were a bit severe, more so than previous, and it led to her being bedridden. Rita was adamant in telling everyone that she felt something grabbing her leg and pulling at it while climbing up the stairs. And that was what made her fall, and everyone in the family believed her story, even if no one dared to approve aloud what she stated. Another few days passed, and Rita's condition was getting worse. She couldn't eat, couldn't drink, or sleep properly. She always complained of chest pains and stated that she feels as if someone was pressing on her chest, slowly trying to suffocate her out of her breath. And one night while everyone was fast asleep, Nick's sister screamed out in horror. "It's Melanie! Grandma, help!" Nick and everyone rushed to Nick's sister's room as soon as they heard her screams. Nick's sister, who was asleep, was woken up by a faint cold chill passing through her face, and when she opened her eyes, she had seen a figure like Rita, her grandmother, standing at the foot of the door of her room. She had first cried out, "Grandma, are you okay? What are you doing out of bed?" And when hearing the call, the figure had lunged out at Nick's sister, trying to grab her throat. She had then realized that it was not her grandmother Rita, but a figure similar to Melanie, the twin sister of Rita, dressed in all white but her face glowing in a blue and red aura, similar to what Nick had observed on Melanie's corpse. And suddenly, when everybody rushed in, the figure had disappeared from Nick's sister's bedroom. While Nick's mother stayed with Nick's sister to calm her down, Nick and Nick's father had gone to Rita's bedroom to check on her condition. When they entered her bedroom, Rita was struggling for breath, putting every sap of effort left in her breath while trying to fend off something invisible from her chest. Both Nick and Nick's father gave their maximum effort to calm Rita down, but it was apparent that Rita was in a fight for her own with something invisible which was out to get her. The family brought their own doctors, who stated that there's nothing physically wrong with Rita, and even carried out blessings, both Buddhist and Catholic. But Rita showed no progress in her condition, and her night terrors and attacks from the invisible entity didn't seem to stop. A few days later, Rita passed away, but acts of the invisible entity didn't seem to stop. Mind where you let your children play. A little girl is crying beside a rundown and abandoned house, surrounded by a short wall which is on the brink of collapse. Passerbys look at the little girl who's crying, but move along, assuming that her parents must be close by. The house has its own intriguing backstory as to its nature of deterioration and abandonment in an area of the city where the value of the land and the overall property is not ignored real estate agents. But that, of course, is a story for another day. The little girl lives 2 houses down the same lane where the abandoned house lies in wait. But many little children in the neighborhood stay away from the spacious garden of the abandoned house, except for the little girl, who was shown quite a keen interest on playing pretend in the garden area of this abandoned property. The garden is a pitch of rough soil with faint patches of grass, but besides the rough pitch of soil that makes the footpath that leads to the front door to the abandoned house, many bushes have overgrown their intended range due to being neglected. Neighbors of the family of the little girl have given warnings to the parents to not allow the little girl to play in that abandoned property, citing incidents and the neighborhood talk about the property being haunted or the place being possessed by the old woman who loved and died in the property. But those warnings were met mostly with humor and disbelief by these parents. The parents were hardworking folk who had to grind their way through life to earn an earnest living. The father was a typical government agent who worked from 8 to 5 daily on minimum wage, and the mother did day-to-day chores to earn. Evidently, where their little child played in her free time was not much of a concern for the parents as long as she stayed in the neighborhood, where others more concerned about the child's safety had their eyes on her. The little child was seen to make conversation with somebody during her playtime, and this was often seen as cute rather than weird by everyone, including the parents of the little girl. But one day, all was about to change. On the day of the incident, the little girl was seen crying in the middle of the rough soil patch on the property for all to see, and ignored by many as always, assuming that she must have cut herself on one of the overgrown bushes or such a little child when playing in the dirt. But one concerned woman in the neighborhood noticed a black patch on the back of the neck of this little girl. Concerned, she called out to the mother of the girl, and both of them went in to pick her up. The mother of the girl and the concerned woman were shocked when they saw in detail what the black patch on the back of the little girl was. The black patch was an imprint of a palm from a hand of a human. The patch had an eerie feel to it, and was more inhuman. When the two women inquired whether somebody hit the girl on the back, what she said terrified the two women even further. The little girl said the old lady who used to watch her in the garden while she played had become furious with her when the little girl refused to go inside the abandoned house with the old lady. When the two women asked to describe the old lady's appearance, the little girl's description of the old lady matched the looks of the old lady who lived and died in the property way before the little girl was even born. So, dear parents, be aware of where your little children play. I've done a little digging into the history of this abandoned house. I described it. It's both tragic and horrific. Let me know if you need the story to be written. I'll not publish any authentic pictures of the site owing to concerns regarding privacy of the family. I used to live across the street from this house, and my parents never let me close to the property. On that day when the story spread across the neighborhood, I was grateful for my parents. The little girl in the story might well past her teen ages now. I actually saw the Grim Reaper. This happened when I was just a kid of 9 or 10. It sounds like some made-up story. It really happened. This is my first time revealing it since the day it happened. I was a farm kid that grew up doing chores, helping out on the farm. If you know anything about farming, you know hay baling time is an all-hands-in time. You're bucking bales in the field and choking in the hayloft. You're doing all of this some of the hottest days of the year. After a long day of putting up bales and being covered in sweat, hay sticking to us and in our mouths and noses full of hay, it was finally done. Being true country kids, when that last bale hit the hayloft, my siblings and I ran toward the pond like it was an oasis in the desert. We hit the cool water full tilt. Our pond was spring-fed by an underground river, so that water was always around 60 degrees. We were all splashing around, acting like the fools that we were, just enjoying getting the sweat and hay off of us. All of a sudden, to my mind, everything froze. It was as if time stopped. There was no sound. The shouts and laughter had stopped. I could move my eyes, but not my head. I glanced around as much as possible. I saw my brother doing a cannonball from the shore. He froze just as his lower half had entered the water. I could see the water bursting around him. It was frozen mid-air. I could see his happiness in his face. I could see my older brother stepping up onto the shore, the water dripping from his frozen body in mid-air. Just beyond my brother standing on the shore was a robed figure holding a sickle. Beside him was an old man that looked a lot like my dad. The old man was using a walker or 2 canes. Honestly, don't remember which. There was something so familiar yet different about this old man. I looked closer. The old man did resemble my dad, but it wasn't my dad. The old man was talking to the figure in the dark robe and looking at me. I have no idea what was being said because, in all honesty, I was freaking out in my head. Time has stopped, and there were these two figures standing at the bank of the pond. One definitely looked like the Grim Reaper, and I'm acutely aware of them. At that very instant, I sensed the old man was trying to decide if he could jump into my body fast enough to escape his guardian. I also knew he decided not to try. The very next instant, they disappeared, and the world started again. I'm freaking asking my brothers what just happened. I explain that time just froze. I tell them about the two figures on the shore. They look at me with that look that brothers give each other when they think the other is nuts. I never mentioned this again to anyone. It's now almost 50 years later. Guess what? I look like my dad did. I also have severe neuropathy in both legs, and now should be using a cane or a walker. I'll let you guess who flat out refuses to use a cane or walker no matter how bad the pain is. I now know the second figure on the shore was me as an old man. I now know the Grim Reaper was reviewing my life with me. I only know for that one moment in time, young me and old me were aware of each other. That's why I knew what that old guy was thinking. I also know old me didn't want to deprive young me of my future by trying to jump into my body. I think when the time comes and current me is on that shore looking at young me, I hope I'm smart enough to tell myself to buy Microsoft and Amazon stock. I know most will think this is made up. I assure you it really happened. I saw my future self standing beside the Grim Reaper, watching my younger self. "10 years since one of the scariest things that happened to me. But I feel like telling one specific story right now, because today is the 10th anniversary of the event. So 10 years ago, I was still living with my parents in my childhood home. So on this day, it was in the afternoon. There was a small house fire in our next-door neighbor's house. There was no chance of it spreading, so I was in the bathroom getting ready for work. I suddenly hear my dad call my name. And I went to go look for him, realizing that the house was empty and my dad was across the street outside looking at the fire. This scared me so bad that whatever was in the house knew my name and could mimic my father. But then after talking about it with my mom, we realized that something like this happened before. My grandma used to live with us, and the one time she got so mad saying my mom was calling her name, my mom wasn't. Mimicker strikes again. So a few months back, I shared some stories about my parents' haunted house. There are dozens of stories from over the years, but I shared how there seems to be something that impersonates different members of my family. It first happened years ago, when my grandmother lived with my parents. One time my grandma got furious with my mom. She said my mom had been calling for her from the front of the house and hadn't responded when my grandma called back. The next time something similar happened, and it happened to me. I was in my bathroom getting ready and I heard my dad call my name from in front of the house. I called back and immediately went searching for him. He was outside across the street talking to neighbors. It really freaked me out at that time because it sounded just like my dad and it said my name. Tonight, whatever this is, struck again. My dad swears that he heard my mom calling from outside, only to discover right afterwards that she was inside. He's the biggest skeptic of the family, and I think it gives credibility that 3 people have experienced something very similar. Would love to get everyone's opinion on what it was. A moment that recurs frequently. I have this memory that keeps coming back, and I believe that on that day something could have happened that didn't. Let me explain. I was young, and we would often go fishing near the canal for fun. While walking along the canal, we found a place with a metal bridge, and below there was a drop of at least 30 meters with large fish swimming. We settled there and tried to catch one, but for a reason I don't understand, we decided to cross the bridge from the wrong side. So, I was hanging on with my back facing the void. When we reached the middle of the bridge, I had a flash of falling, and I no longer had the strength to continue to the end. So I told my friend that we needed to turn back. But he didn't understand why we would turn back when we were still halfway of the path to go. Nevertheless, he listened to me. And sometimes, even today, I dream of that particular moment with the feeling that I made the right choice. Because I had a bad premonition. Seems like my soul is trying to remind me of that moment. Perhaps because I made a decision that may have saved my life. In the end, my body or my soul still connects me to that specific moment in history, so that I remember it. Why? I think my house was haunted. There are a series of events in my childhood home, mostly at night. I'll name a few. I was once going downstairs at around 1 a.m. Everyone was asleep except me. I woke up for a drink, went downstairs, opened the fridge, and while I was holding the fridge open and laid my phone with the flash on the table, I felt something grabbing my hand, like the actual touch. I look while I pull away and nothing. Got incredibly scared though, and I was sure that my brain wasn't playing tricks or anything. I was so sure that I ran upstairs and left my phone there. Another one was when I was much younger, around 1 a.m. Also, me and my twin sister were up and the door was directly facing the bed. We were playing on our bed and the lights all out, everyone asleep. Light goes on and we see a shadow directly under the door. We think it's our parents. The light goes out, we take a slight peek, our tablets in our hands with the flash, and there's no sound or anyone leaving or even in the house. And we also could hear sounds downstairs, quite a bit at night. Our parents never had any of this. When we asked them about it, they never knew anything about who or what was downstairs. My sister could hear it. These are the more major ones. We don't have any signs of them anymore. Also had quite a bit of nightmares. Am I being followed or targeted by a demon? Not safe for work warning. You've been warned. I, a 27-year-old female, and my husband, a 28-year-old male, have moved from Florida to Georgia. He's lived in here before. I, however, am new to this area. Well, let's just jump in. So my husband and I work at the same facility. We drive into work and home together. Anyway, we both have noticed on our way home on nights that we've been out a little bit later than normal, and the sun's already gone down once we turn onto one specific road that we can't avoid. We turn onto this road and it always seems like the world gets darker. Even if it's pitch black outside, it gets darker. The first time my husband noticed this, he immediately said something about it. This has happened every single time that we've gone down this road. Tonight was a little bit scarier than normal on a ride home. We had about 2.4 miles left on the road, and my husband said, "What the fuck is that standing in the middle of that field?" I turned to look, and all I could see was a dark figure off in the distance. This was extremely confusing considering how dark it was. But this figure was darker than the surrounding landscape. Immediately, I felt even more uneasy and got the feeling that it was just waiting for someone to mess up. Just waiting, watching, wanting. I told my husband, and I was telling him about the feeling. It began to speed up. And then he put his arm over my chest, covered the right side of my face, and told me not to look back. Then after about a minute, he told me to focus on the map and give him play-by-plays. During this, my husband, who's a very stoic man, was panicking. I could hear it in his voice. He just kept repeating, "Look at the map. Don't look up. You're safe." During this, I started feeling a burning sensation in my right forearm. I told him my arm was burning, then opened the mirror light to look at my arm and was flabbergasted when I saw 3 red scratches running from my wrist to my inner elbow. This was disconcerting, knowing that I didn't cause the scratch. I bite my nails, so I don't even have enough nails to cause a scratch. After seeing this, I immediately called attention to it, and my husband turned pale. Honestly, the next 3 or 4 minutes were a blur. He got us to the end of that road, turned off, hightailed it back to our house. We turned onto our road, and I started to calm down. My husband kept saying, "You didn't see anything, and it's okay." Then we turned into our driveway, and my chest felt like it was ripped open. After getting into the house and into our room, I took my shirt off, and I found 3 more scratches across my heart. I turned around to look at my husband, and he was standing there in shock. I had 3 sets of 3 scratches on my chest and back. Long story short, we're terrified. Is someone or something attempting to attach themselves to us? What can we do to prevent it? Also, this is one of our main commute roads. We can't avoid it without adding a 20-plus minute to our drive. I think my dad came to visit me the night following his death. NSFW/trigger warning. My dad died on September 1st, 2019. Yep, this was 4 years ago. But I've only ever shared this with a handful of people since then. Since his death was extremely traumatic for me, those aren't the details we're here for, though. My sister, my mom, and myself stayed up until 3 or 4 a.m. that night. We were so numb and replaying the day's events in our heads to the point where we were no longer talking to each other and just staring into space. Eventually, I snapped out of it and quietly said, "I'm going to try to get some sleep. You guys should too." My mom went to bed not long after. I think my sister crashed on the couch. It was very chilling for me to just walk to the room that I'd been staying in. My dad, my mom, and myself had just moved to Texas and were staying with my sister until we found a place. He died in the foyer connecting the hallway to the bedroom. I slumped myself into my air mattress and laid for a while until I eventually fell asleep. It wasn't really a normal sleep, though. I was asleep, but was still aware of what was going on outside of my slumber, as if I were awake. I wasn't dreaming. My brain was blank. I felt something touch my shoulder, shook it off, assuming it was the blanket bunched up too far. Then I felt the weight again, and felt a full hand on my shoulder. Then it suddenly started to shake me. I woke up and turned and said, "What?" Silence. I was sharing a room with my niece at the time, but she was staying over at a friend's house and the room was pitch black and dead silent. You could probably have heard a pin drop even on that carpet. Didn't think much of it at the time. I was so exhausted. I'd assumed it was either my mom or sister just wanting someone to talk to. But after I got pure silence, I went back to sleep. I woke up at around 9 that morning and dragged myself off to a half-deflated bed at that point. I shuffled out of the room, through the cursed foyer, went to the back porch to sit. That's where I found my sister already awake and chain-smoking. We exchanged good mornings and briefly stated how in shock we each still were from yesterday's events. We sat for a few minutes in silence, and as I was preparing to ask her if she tried waking me up at some point in the night, she said, "I heard Dad this morning when I came out here. He said, 'I love you.' He had a nickname for me, too. He called her Babes, but it's far more embarrassing for mine." After she said that, I asked her, "Did you come in the room and try to wake me up for anything last night?" She gave me a funny look and said no. I shrugged it off and asked my mom later that morning. She also said no. I could be crazy, but I swear, someone touched me and woke me up. Was it my dad or just my imagination? Or just some kind of trauma response? I think my grandmother is watching over us. Me and my fiancé, 19 as well, we've been together for 4 years now. We also have 2 beautiful children together. In the year 2020, during the height of COVID, my grandmother passed away due to unrelated complications. She knew she wasn't doing well for a while and finally got her help. She had an infection in her bladder, which was basically killing her. So she had an emergency surgery. Only my mother, aunt, and grandfather were allowed to see her in the hospital. I still remember the last words that she said to me. They were, "See you later." She seemed to be getting better after surgery. Then she suddenly started getting worse again. She died peacefully in her sleep in the hospital, surrounded by my aunt, mother, and grandfather. My mother also recalled that when she passed away, birds flew by the window, sat by the window, and looked into the room. Fast forward to a couple of months later, and my fiancé, girlfriend at the time, told me that she was pregnant with our second child. This was scary, but also exciting for us. But I couldn't help but dread the thought that my grandmother wasn't around for it. Fast forward to July 2022, and it was my daughter's first birthday. Now to clarify, I'm personally not super religious at all. When it comes to God, heaven, and hell, I'm open to it. I see it as there may be such things as God, but maybe not. So I don't necessarily believe in those things straight up. But I'm also not against the idea of them. But when it comes to the paranormal, I am a believer. I believe that human spirits are able to stay on Earth after that day. I also believe in demons, but I don't necessarily think they're creatures from hell. I just see them as negative human spirits or negative non-human entities. My parents have a sort of shelving unit to keep all of my grandmother's dolls on, as well as some of her other belongings, as well as a picture of her. One of these belongings being a music-playing snow globe with a cardinal in it. The cardinal were my grandmother's favorite birds. We got it for her a couple of years back for Christmas before she passed. We've never touched it since putting it on that unit. Not at all whatsoever. So at this birthday party for my daughter, we all start to gather around the table to sing happy birthday. But then suddenly the snow globe up on the unit, which nobody has even been close to, starts playing music. Not everybody hears it at first. Only me and my fiancé really notice. Then it stops. Only a few seconds later it starts playing again. This time everybody can hear it. My family starts tearing up and even crying, believing that it's my grandmother. Even I start to tear up. I don't know if it was a coincidence or maybe some other random spirit, but it's hard not to believe that it was my grandmother. Perhaps saying hello and happy birthday to the great-granddaughter that she never met. I think something demonic was with my niece. Me, my fiancé, and our kids are currently living with their parents as we can't really afford a place of our own right now. About a year ago, our sister, as well as her 4 kids and husband, also lived with us. They honestly are not all that the greatest parents, you could say. They let their kids get away with anything. But when they started living here, that changed because none of us were going to be that way with them. I've been with my fiancée for 4 years now, and her nieces and nephews know me very well. They also refer to me as uncle at times. Their oldest daughter is 4, but was 3 at the time. Has always been a troublemaker. She still kinda is, but there came a period of time when they lived with us and she was awful, crazy, aggressive, super defiant. Not saying that she was or is possessed, but I do believe that at that time something was affecting her behavior negatively. A few other things were happening at that time. Our youngest daughter was still in the crib, slept in our room. I know that a sign of spirits or entities is cold spots. Her crib always seems to be cold, as well as the area around it in comparison to the rest of the room. She also had a period of time where she kept seemingly waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. It almost seemed like, in a way, somebody or something was annoying her or trying to play with her. My niece also kept talking about seeing a large man in the corner at night. Keep in mind, there was no furniture or toys or anything that could possibly be mistaken for a person. She would wake up screaming and terrified, refusing to go back to the bedroom, and she'd just point to that corner. Then her father spoke up and claimed to have seen a shadow figure himself multiple times in her bedroom. He tried to claim that it was possibly his grandfather that had recently passed away. I didn't say anything, but I know that it couldn't be true, mainly because shadow figures are often non-human entities, not friendly human spirits. And I personally also had one experience too. Here goes. One night I fell asleep on the couch in the basement, which isn't far from the kids' bedroom. I woke up seeing a young boy dressed in beaten and old clothes, almost as if he was homeless. He was maybe only a couple of centimeters away from my face. When I blinked, he went away. Our oldest also randomly started to say that she was seeing monsters at night, which she'd never said before. Me and my fiancé are not at all religious, but thought we'd give holy water a shot. It seemed to have stopped things, and nobody said anything since. They've also moved out since and have been on their own now for about 8 months. My first paranormal experience. I live in Anaida. It could be India, but it says Anaida. And yes, I know there are many stories about ghosts and gods. Bullshit. But I don't believe in any of them. I'm an atheist, so basically what happened actually scared me a bit. was after about a month after my grandfather's death, and the room which he died was closed shut with lock for months with lights on, dunno why, and my whole family was gone for some ritual to their hometown. So it was me and my little cousin for the whole night. It's a 3 stories house, and pretty big for 2 people. So every night was going normally. We eat, clean, watch TV, with the grandfather's lights on, 24/7. But one night my cousin slept to his house because he had to do his homework, so I was all alone in the whole house. I woke up at 3 after hearing some noises that almost sounded like a bell. I was pretty sure it was the sound of an LPG cylinder striking against the wall. So I just sat on the bed to see what was happening. The cylinder was very heavy to be moved by a rat or wind. Another strange thing was that I couldn't see was the lights of my grandfather's room being reflected by the wall of the hall room. I could see it across the room every night, but tonight it was dark. We have inverter, and my room lamps were on, so it was unlikely that it was a power cut. Now I was crazy scared. I shoved my face into the blanket and started reading some hentai manga. Okay, naturally I couldn't sleep. A day after that incident, I got some health problem. My legs are always tired, always 24/7. They have energy, but they're super tired. It's been 3 years since that incident. Still the same. I need help. Any professionals here? You heard him, guys. Well, my friend's name is Dana, and strange things have been happening to her. The other day, she told me about a really weird and scary dream that she had. In the dream, she was called to go find something, but she didn't know what she was supposed to look for. Then a voice said, "Don't send her." And a demon appeared, biting her hand and scratching her. She said the pain felt so real that she still felt it the next day, even though there were no marks. She started praying, and the demon told her that praying wouldn't help. Then the dream shifted. She saw herself in the mirror, looking pale as if dead, with orange around her eyes and black eyes themselves. That's where the dream ended. She shared this dream with me, and I have some knowledge in the spiritual realm as I read tarot cards and cleanse energies. I explained to her about the energies in churches and suggested she do a cleansing. Today we went out for a meal. She told me that she couldn't sleep at night, feeling fear and panic. She heard noises and people talking and laughing. Her mom even mentioned that she had very dark eyes, although her eyes are hazel. I started to take it more seriously and asked her about it, but we got distracted. Then, at a restaurant, she began to feel unwell. She suddenly said, "It's here. I feel it's here." And she felt like vomiting. I sensed a dark and malevolent energy behind her, but didn't tell her to avoid scaring her. I tried to repel it with my own energy and thoughts, and it started to fade away, but we still felt its presence from a distance. While we were walking later, we felt someone was following us, and I remembered that her boyfriend's father is a priest who's performed several exorcisms. Is it possible that the demon seeks revenge for those exorcisms? I'm not sure. Weird things happen at this hotel. I work at a mediocre hotel in a random town in Ohio. It's not beautiful, historical, or massive. There's not really anything special about it. My coworkers joke around about it being haunted because there's one room that people get weird vibes in. And the old elevator most housekeepers use opens and closes slowly on its own at random times with no one in it. I personally have experienced some weird things that have convinced me that the hotel definitely has something weird going on inside of it. I haven't told my coworkers these stories, but I'm sure some of them know a few. My most unexplainable story that I haven't shared yet took place in room 217. I was in this person's room tidying things up while they were away at a meeting, and I instantly knew something was off. I thought I was just uncomfortable because the temperature was set to 90, but maybe it was something else. After I made sure there was no one in the room, I started making the bed. When that was done, I walked into the bathroom, bent down over the tub to grab a used washcloth. As I'm bent down, that's when an old lady said, "Thank you," clear as day, like she was right beside me. She said a couple more words after that, still clear as day, but for some reason I couldn't make out what she said. I instantly stood up without looking behind me. I walked right out of the room expecting to see an older woman standing in the doorway. Maybe she was thanking me for cleaning her room but didn't want to come in all the way. Nope. No one was there. Maybe she's in the hallway. Nope. I got spooked instantly and ran to the nearest housekeeping closet. I've gone over all the possibilities. Maybe the TV. Nope. The TV was on mute, and it was a man talking about the weather. Maybe it came from another room. Nope. I just went in all those rooms and everyone is away for a meeting. Did something play on my headphones? I wasn't wearing my headphones. None of it made sense, and I refused to go back to that room. Another thing that messes with my head is that many people have died in this hotel over the years. I had 2 people overdose in a room that I was scheduled to clean that day, and I know there's been more cases. I just wasn't in the room to hear about it. Weird thing is that I never saw the cops show up. Never heard any firemen. What happened to the bodies? It's unsettling. There's this college across the street that does events here multiple times a year. Apparently, at almost every event, one of the college freshman kids goes missing. This latest one was last seen exiting the building through the main lobby with nothing with him and getting into a car. He still to this day hasn't been found. He left all of his stuff in his room, didn't take his phone with him. It's all just unsettling, and I don't know what to make of it. The Haunting of the Bright House on Missouri Street. In my childhood, I had only one best friend. He was my friend from the time I was born until life pulled us in separate directions at the end of our teenage years. Over the nearly 2 decades that our friendship lasted, we spent quite a bit of time in his house. His name is C.J. Bright, and this is the story of my experiences in his home. The Haunting of the Bright House on Missouri Street. The first experience I ever had inside the house was in 2002, at the ripe age of 6. Rather tame as it was, every morning when I woke up in the living room, which we exclusively slept in, more on that later, I would venture into CJ's room to play some video games before he woke up. Without fail, each time I entered his room, if the lights were out, I would see what appeared to be a young girl with long dark hair crying on his bed, with her head tucked into her knees. The image, likely shadowcast, always vanished as soon as the lights came on. Nevertheless, I dreaded seeing the girl each and every time. No matter how the bed was made or what junk lay on top, she was always there in the dark. I saw her every time I went into that room until I stopped going to the house entirely. To expand upon the earlier statement that we never slept in his room, that was his idea. He said he never slept well, and often would find himself waking up to the feeling of another presence in the room. From the time he can remember until the time we last spoke, he refused to sleep in his own room. CJ lived with his parents, Brian and Deborah Bright. The Bright family moved into that small house on the corner of Missouri Street before CJ was born, living in that house to this day. The strangest part of his room to me was always this one doll. The doll itself wasn't scary or disturbing in any way. In fact, it was a Homer Simpson plush. CJ oftentimes told me stories about how the doll would move around the room when he wasn't watching. I never experienced this firsthand, but I did see the eyes move, ever so slightly. Homer would be looking to the left. We would turn around or cut the lights off or on, and suddenly, he'd be looking to the right. As a child, it was neat. The doll, strange as it was, never felt malicious. This experience only lasted until we last spoke, and resulted in the doll being duct taped to the ceiling. Stayed there for years, possibly still there to this day. Another strange event that occurred in the house involved a near full-bodied apparition. One day we sat in the living room about to watch When a Stranger Calls, 2006. And from the hallway a man came into view, turned towards us, waved, moved back from whence he came. This was interesting because the man was highly spectral, being quite transparent and without legs. Once his torso became his waist, his form turned into a sort of teal smoke. Not bright though, very, very, very dull. The room the man came out of, which must be passed through to reach CJ's room, will come into play later. Nothing is special about the room. It was an old lounge that had become a storage room, filled with miscellaneous junk in large plastic tubs. Another interesting thing about the man that we all saw wave at us was that he was Brian's grandfather. Incredibly, Brian received a phone call not an hour past the time we saw his grandfather, stating that the elderly man had passed away during an afternoon nap, merely an hour before the call was made. That wasn't the only spirit that was seen in that house either. However, it was the only kind one, as you may have guessed. More on that later. There were several orbs in the house, seen at random intervals, usually just fast enough to be in view before darting through a wall or door. I see quite a few orbs in the paranormal photos around the internet, but these orbs weren't small like ping pong balls. They were much larger. Not man-sized or anything quite that big, but around the size of a volleyball. I only remember one instance of the orbs doing anything significant, but it was quite significant indeed. Brian, the patriarch of the family, as previously stated, had one of his close friends over to visit and watch a movie with him. That man's name is Larry Vandershot. I was sat in the living room alongside CJ, Deborah, Brian, and Larry, and we were watching some recently released film on an old 60-inch square box television. Larry got up to use the restroom. This was down the hall in view of the living room that we were in. When he exited the restroom and began walking down the hall, an orb shot out of a storage room, which I mentioned earlier, and straight into his back. Larry became completely void of emotion and stood motionless. Unsure of what we had just seen, Brian beckoned him, telling him to return to the couch and continue the movie. Larry didn't respond. He stared blankly in our direction and began walking toward the living room. As he walked under the only light that illuminated the hallway, it went out. From the darkness, he continued walking towards us, shorting out the TV as he passed it on his way out. He walked by two lamps that went out as well, Eventually, he made it to the garage door that he used to leave the house entirely. We were dumbfounded. Any piece of technology Larry walked by was completely fried. He called the Brights' home telephone several hours later in a sobbing fit. He had forgotten everything. From his perspective, he was washing his hands and walking out of the restroom. Then, he was home. He said some of his lights had gone out and he couldn't explain anything. The Brights had to get new lamps and a new television, with the broken one sitting in their garage for many years until Brian sold it for parts. That brings us to the most disturbing encounter in this writing. This is the story of the other spirit, the most evil thing I've ever seen. To give you a perspective, these events unfolded over a series of years. Far gone was the 6-year-old from the first encounter. This last event was closer to 2009, when I was 13. On a normal weekend, not unlike others, I decided to visit. After a long day of video games, basketball, and the original trilogy on VHS, we unwound, putting on our pajamas and going to the living room to sleep like we did every time. Always the living room. We slept in there with Brian, who had fallen asleep while watching a movie. We always slept feet to head, with feet in front of CJ's mother's recliner. He slept by the coffee table that we scooted over to make extra room for ourselves. We bundled up with our individual blankets and drifted off to sleep. Then it started. I woke up in the night from a deep sleep and realized my friend had left. I was alone on the floor with Brian on the couch, gently snoring. I thought he might have gone to the restroom, but found it odd his pillow and blanket were gone. I went back to sleep. It seemed like no time had passed, and I woke up again, but this time I could see my friend. I thought it was CJ, but I soon realized it was something much worse. He was sat in the recliner at my feet, staring directly at me. He had an inhuman smile over his face, and his eyes appeared very dull, the irises almost non-existent. He smiled. He just smiled. I called to him, but he didn't respond. He didn't do anything but stare and smile. I was very frightened, throwing my small blanket over my face to hide from this thing. I tried going back to sleep, but of course I couldn't. Who could? I slowly lowered the blankets to see that he had moved from the recliner at my feet to a love seat at my left side. The love seat that sat in between two newly replaced lamps. He just stared and smiled. I felt such dread knowing I never felt a footstep. I began to tear up and covered my face once again, but only for a second, as I couldn't help myself. I peeked. He was now standing over me, one leg on each side of my body. He was bent over inches from my face, staring and smiling. I began sobbing and using my forearms, crawled from under him. I had to turn on the light. I had been to his house so many times before, and I knew where the switch was, but in my panic I couldn't find it. He didn't move a muscle, remaining locked in place, but still staring. No matter where I moved, he still just stared into my eyes and smiled. I thought about Brian being right on the couch, so I screamed as loud as I can, "Turn on the light! Turn on the light! Turn on the light!" and continued until he got up and cut the light on. Complaining about being woken up from his sleep, he berated me and told me I should be asleep as well. All I cared about is that when he turned on the light, it vanished. That horrible, evil creature that had manifested itself as my best friend, solely to hurt me, was gone. I walked to his room, cut on the light, and played his PlayStation 2 until he woke up the next morning. I told him the story, expecting him not to believe me. I was wrong. What he told me gave me more insight into what really happened that night. He had been awoken too, but he saw me sleeping beside him. Then he heard a tapping. It went on and on and on until he located the source. In the kitchen, the Bright family had a giant sliding glass door that they kept locked at all times. They never bought curtains for it, but they had a fenced-in backyard, so no one really bothered them. At the very bottom of this door, protruding from the very earth, was a single hand tapping on the glass. It continued. Another broke out from the cement and began tapping too, then another and so on. All at once they stopped. Dozens of hands, complete with forearms coming from the ground, sat still. It was the calm before the storm. The hands began banging on the glass with such impact he described it as being able to feel it in his chest. Then flames began to lick at the door as he saw hell open up outside. The floorboards were swept on, began to rattle, and flames started shooting up from the cracks in the floor. Before long, boards were breaking off in the ground and hands were reaching through the inside of the house, clawing at anything they could grab. He saw pieces of furniture get dragged down into the fire. The hands got closer and closer. He remembered looking over at me, only to see that the hands were already wrapped around me, and I quickly became plunged into the flame. He stood up, grabbed his pillow and blanket, and darted into his parents' room where his mother was soundly sleeping. He shut the door and crawled in bed, afraid of what he had witnessed. He cried himself back to sleep and slept peacefully the rest of the night. I can only assume the sound of him running away is what woke me up. I'll never know for sure, but I do know it wasn't a nightmare. I've had nightmares, a lot of them. That was another being, a being of manipulation. I'm not sure what would have happened if Brian hadn't fallen asleep on the couch that night, but I'm fortunate he did, no matter how frustrated he was when I woke him. I never experienced much of anything else in the house, but CJ told me stories. Stories about long nights that we spent together hanging out like usual, without me ever coming over. He told me about one time we were standing in the kitchen enjoying 2 glasses of milk together, when Brian walked into the kitchen and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Only for CJ to look over and realize he was alone, holding 2 glasses of milk, both partially empty. His mother told mine about a time when she and Brian were arguing and he was trying to open the door to their room. Wouldn't budge. The knob would twist, but the door stayed closed. He yelled about her locking the door, and she yelled back about how it wasn't locked, until she cried herself to sleep. A few hours later, after Brian had calmed down, he tried the door once more, and it flew right open, revealing his wife asleep in their bed. I'm sure there are tales that remain untold about that house. I haven't been in several years now, really. CJ and I lost the spark that fueled our friendship. Eventually, we drift apart. Sometimes we see each other out in public and give a gentle nod and a wave. Not like when we hugged each other and when we were young and laughed our days away. Time changes everything, I suppose. But I'll always have the memories of that house. The good, the bad, and the Homer. Those certainly aren't the only paranormal experiences I've had, including a UFO sighting and a run-in with the poltergeist. However, the haunting of the Bright House on Missouri Street will be stuck in my memory for a long, long time. My full-body apparition story. When I was around 12, 2008, 2009, my family, mother and father, and I went to visit some relatives, uncle, aunt, and cousin in rural Tennessee. We were all sat in the living room talking while the television played in the background. At some point, I went to use the restroom. Their restroom is situated to the left in a hallway past their kitchen. There's no doors directly adjacent to the restroom door. I had a tendency in my youth to open the bathroom door before washing my hands, as to not recontaminate my hands with germs when I exited the restroom. So I used the restroom, opened the door, and as I was washing my hands, I saw someone walking past the door in the corner of my eye. I feel it's important to note that the figure was moving in the opposite direction of the living room. The only rooms in the direction the figure was heading are 2 bedrooms of the house. Other than those rooms, the hallway's a dead end. I also feel it's important to note that I did not only see this figure in my peripheral vision, it was very slow moving, and the moment it caught my eye, I turned my head. Both eyes looked directly at the doorway. I saw the figure move past the center of the door frame until it was out of sight to the left. This figure never once acknowledged my presence, stopped walking, or made any noise. The best description I can give of the figure is that it was an elderly woman, hunched over. Not hunched over far, but in the way many elderly people walk without being able to straighten their backs. The figure was wearing a seafoam green nightgown that wasn't very saturated. A very light seafoam green, with an almost lacy mesh kind of transparency to it near the bottom of the dress. Enough so that I remember taking note of being able to see the legs moving. The figure wore very thick and rounded square glasses with a transparent brown frame. She had tight, curly, permed, likely graying brown hair that was holding on to its last of its color. She was also a bit overweight. I saw her vividly. There was no transparency to her at all, nor was anything off about her. When I walked back into the living room, I asked the family who was there. All of the previously listed family members were still seated in their respective couches and chairs when I walked back to the living room. At this point, I was under the impression that an elderly relative of my relatives had arrived while I was in the restroom. They all reassured me that we were the only ones in the house, and no one had come to visit after my parents and I. I doubled down, telling them that I just saw someone walk past the restroom door. I even described, probably crudely, the woman that I saw. My uncle immediately got up and began searching the house. He started in the back bedrooms and made his way back to the living room, thoroughly searching every nook and cranny along the way. There was no one else in the house. I kind of dropped it. It was weird, but it wasn't scary. I never once felt frightened. We moved on with the day, and that night I was able to sleep in my cousin's room with him. I'd never been in that room prior to this night. Once I walked in, I immediately noticed a picture hung on the wall. It was the woman I saw. She had the same hairstyle and the same glasses. She was the same size and had all the same features. I questioned him about this, and he told me that that was his grandmother, which I knew they had gotten this house from, but it never clicked in my head. She had died in the living room of old age. He told me his room was her room, and when his parents remodeled it for him, they left that picture up. At this point, I did get a little hesitant because he had a deer head mounted on the wall. I was a big fan of Evil Dead 2, and if I knew if ghostly shenanigans were afoot, that thing was going to maniacally laugh at some point in the night. It didn't, though. I slept soundly. Never saw or heard anything else. I've been to that house countless times and never seen or heard anything else either. I've never seen another apparition anywhere that I know of. So that's my rather unexplained event. I've told people I know countless times, but I've never really written it out in any way like this before. That's the end of tonight's stories. See you later. Welcome to the realm of the unexplained, brought to you by Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to unlock a gateway to the supernatural. We hope you're prepared for a mind-expanding experience. Tucked in and expletive slapped. The house I would consider to be my childhood home is the one where I lived in from age 3 to 20, literally most of my life. There are many stories I can tell from living in that house, but today I'll focus on 2. One happened when I was about 7, and the other happened when I was around 13. When I was 7, I shared a room with my younger sister. We had a bunk bed, and I was on the top bunk. We slept with our door open because both of us were scared of the dark, and the lamp on the hall was always on. Now, I've always been a pretty light sleeper. If someone were walking down the hall, I'd wake up. This particular night, I was sleeping with my back to the room. I remember being scared awake because I felt someone rub my back and pull the blanket up over my shoulders. I thought it was odd because I hadn't woken up to my parents walking down the hall to my room. I brushed it off, kept my back to the room, and went back to sleep. The next morning, I asked my younger sister if Mom or Dad came into the room last night. She said she didn't hear anyone. So, being the curious child I am, I asked both my parents if they came into my room at any point last night. They told me they hadn't because they were feeling under the weather and went to bed not long after my sister and I laid down. I remember hearing them talking and their door opening and closing right after we laid down. So after my investigation, I've decided that there was a ghost in the house that was watching after my sister and I. I may have woken up afraid because I was caught off guard, but I felt an overwhelming sense of peace immediately after the fear subsided. Maybe that's why I didn't bother turning around that night. Now, my experience at 13 is very different. I had graduated to having my own room and was no longer in a bunk. I slept with my door closed and a bit heavier now, too. Still pretty light, but I didn't wake up every time somebody opened a door in the house. It was around 2 a.m. and I woke up because I had to pee very bad. I get up and walk to the door, but hesitate when opening it. There was a sense of dread at what might be on the other side. Eventually, my bladder won that fight, as it normally does, and I open the door slowly. I peek out and don't see anything, so I run to the bathroom. After I was finished, the same dreaded feeling happened when I went to open the bathroom door. Again, I peeked out to see nothing and made my run for my room. I made it to my room and immediately jump up under the blankets. The ghosts can't see you if you're under the covers. Everybody knows this. I settle down after being panicked for a bit and roll on over to my stomach and with my head facing the wall. I'm on the verge of sleeping when I felt something smack the absolute crap out of my lower back. Of course, my immediate reaction was to jump up, turn around, and yell at my sister. She had gotten into the habit of pranking me by now. I turn and don't see anyone there. So I get out of bed, check around to make sure she wasn't hiding anywhere. Once I check the room and see she's not anywhere in it, I get very scared. I run to the door and fling it open. The dread of staying in my room was way more than the door from earlier. I go into my sister's room and sure enough, she's passed out in her bed. I decide that I'm sleeping in her room because I was just slapped in mine. Once I told her what happened, she rolls her eyes but lets me in bed with her. She doesn't believe anything that doesn't happen to her. I didn't experience anything else that night, but it was scary enough to remember it even years later. Not sure if the same ghost is involved in both stories. I never experienced the tucking in again, but had plenty of times being scared. I wonder if we did something to piss off the ghost, and it went from being kind to being threatening. I say we because my sister and I have shared stories. Maybe there were 2 different ghosts, and the scary one became the dominant one. Can't really say. Creepy neighborhood haunt. I was around 12 years old and sitting on the back of my dad's truck with the tailgate down. I was waiting on my friend to meet up with me so we could go do whatever 12-year-olds do on a weekend. It was a spring day in Georgia. so everything was alive and very noisy. Dogs were barking, birds were chirping, and bugs were screaming. After sitting there a while, everything goes silent. There wasn't a peep. I look around to see if there were any birds or dogs around me. Well, there wasn't. When I turned back to see at the street, there was a black, misty, shapeless form walking from my neighbors. Across the street from me. Across from their yard to their neighbor's yard. As I'm watching it move, I whispered in disbelief, "What the hell is that?" Apparently it heard me because it stopped as soon as I said it, and looked like it was turning towards me. Although it was shapeless, it was thinner while moving and kind of thickened out like a normal person would when you look at them head on. It stood there for what felt like an eternity, and I'm guessing stared me down. My heart was beating very fast, and I don't think that I was even breathing. It started to move towards me, and I was about to step into the street when I heard my friend yell to me from up the street. The way the houses were built is she couldn't see the side of the street with the form. I snap my head to her, raise my hand so she knows I'm there, and immediately go back to look for the form. It wasn't there anymore. Once I saw that it was gone, everything came back to life. All the noise expected at springtime hit me at once, and I became extremely overwhelmed and started to cry. My friend reached me and saw that I was crying. She was rightfully confused and asked why I was upset. I told her everything that I experienced, and she got quiet. She told me she saw it not too long before I did at her house. She lived a street over, and told me that she was terrified during the encounter. She said it started to move towards her from her neighbor's yard, like what I saw, into hers, and she was completely frozen. She broke out of that trance because her mom told her she needed to come inside for dinner. Because we were so spooked by that, we decided it was a good day to have a movie marathon. I never saw it again, but I do believe I had other encounters with it. Maybe I'll try to reconnect with some of my childhood friends and see if they remember that neighborhood like I do. Should I be concerned? My boyfriend and I moved into our current house in June. It's been wonderful to own our own home. However, the woods behind our house and the bog, as my friends refer to it, leave everyone on edge. Of course, this wasn't noticed until after we moved in. There's been a few weird happenings behind the house, but now things have gotten a lot closer. My friend and I were outside chatting at about 10 p.m. I was taking the trash out and asked her to come with me for safety in numbers. As we're talking, we both hear a child either laugh or cry. Hard to tell because we were pretty loud. We stop and listen. It sounds like a toddler girl around 3 or 4. She starts calling Mama over and over. Sometimes she sounds close and other times she's farther. My friend and I look at each other and decided to go inside. My friend starts to interrogate me. How many kids live on this street? One who's about 12, I guess. Any Halloween decorations that speak? None. All are yard decorations that don't make sounds. Did you get goosebumps too? Yes. I hated being out there. Other than the toddler, it was very quiet and cold. Fast forward 2 nights later and my friend is back at my house. We're sitting on my couch planning a party, and we both hear giggling coming from the yard. It was loud enough to cut through our conversation and scare the shit out of my cat. We sit there quietly looking at the door and hear Mama again. Pull out my phone and look through my door camera. There's not a single person anywhere around, and there's faint giggling through the camera. Some short stories. Growing up in my childhood home, my friends and I spent a lot of time in the ditch between my neighbor's house and mine. We would do a whole bunch of things like crawling through the drainage pipes, only when sunny, of course, playing in the ditch while it rained. It was super fun when the water built up, and other forms of tomfoolery. One day I was hanging out in the ditch with a couple of my friends when we heard whistling. We all got quiet for a moment, listened very hard. It was getting closer and closer while we all looked around, panicked, trying to figure out if it was something messing with us. We all basically got out of that ditch. We looked around everywhere and didn't see anyone. Soon it sounded like the whistling was coming from behind us. We booked it to my house. We all took a few minutes to settle down, and we were still looking around to see if it was someone's older sibling being a jerk. Never did see anyone. We all discussed how scared we were and how it felt like the hairs on the back of our necks stood up the closer that the whistling was getting to us. We never saw anything, and we never heard the approach of anyone that might have been whistling. Once my mom and I were taking a walk around our neighborhood to get out of the house for a little bit. We were a couple of streets away from our street and walking next to the local park. It was midsummer in the middle of Georgia, so temperature was about 95 degrees. I don't know why I agreed to walk. I hate sweating. But we were just chatting about different things when both of us got silent as we walked through an ice-cold spot. It was 2 seconds at the most, but the change in temperature was very jarring. We get through the spot and walk in silence a bit further down the road. I break the silence first and ask if she felt the icy spot back there. She looked at me and nodded her head and said that she also felt like we were being watched and weren't supposed to go through that spot. The mood had drastically changed. We decided to end the walk early and go home. Lastly, a bunch of friends and I were at a neighborhood park and being your typical obnoxious middle schoolers. We were sitting around the picnic area table and we were laughing and joking. My younger sister was there, and I happened to be best friends with someone with the same name. We're all laughing and joking together when suddenly a few of us heard something calling my sister or friend's name. We aren't really sure who it's directed to. Those of us who heard it the first time quickly told the others to be quiet and to listen. We heard it again, and more clearly, because everyone was quiet now. It was very unsettling the way that the name was said. None of us could tell the gender of the voice or pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. It kept saying the name over and over, getting more drawn out each time it was said. There were a few other kids and parents at the park in the play area, so we figured it was one of them calling their kid. However, we were all watching them, and they were on the other side of the park, which means that they wouldn't have had to been yelling for us to hear them. They would have had to been yelling really loud. This voice that said the name was not yelling. After that, we decided to go to our separate ways for that night. We didn't go back to the park for a while. Those are just some of the stories that came to my mind when I think back on living there. They weren't long enough to warrant their own posts, so I combined them. Dark figure in the middle of the day. My childhood home and neighborhood was pretty haunted. I've posted a few other stories about my house, but this happened in my neighborhood. I was around 12 years old and sitting on the back of my dad's truck, tailgate down. I was waiting for my friend to meet up with me so we could do whatever 12-year-olds do on a weekend. It was a spring day in Georgia, so everything was alive and very noisy. Dogs were barking, birds were chirping, bugs were screaming. After sitting there for a while, everything goes silent. There wasn't a peep. We just read this story, but my editor told me to, so on we go. Bear with me, guys. I looked around to see if there were any dogs or birds around me, and there wasn't. When I turned back to look at the street, there was a black, misty, shapeless form walking from my neighbors across the street from me. As I'm watching it move, I whispered in disbelief, "What the hell is that?" Apparently, it heard me because it stopped as soon as I said it and looked like it was turning towards me. Although it was shapeless, it was thinner while moving and kind of thickened out like a normal person would when you look at them head on. It stood there for what felt like an eternity, and I'm guessing stared me down. My heart was beating very fast, and I didn't think that I was breathing. It started to move towards me, and I was about to step into the street when I heard my friend yell to me from up the street. The way the houses were built is she couldn't see the side of the street with the form. I snap my head to her, raise my hand so she knows I'm there, and immediately go back to look for the form. It wasn't there anymore. Once I saw that it was gone, everything came back to life. All the noise expected at springtime hit me at once, and I became extremely overwhelmed. I even started to cry. My friend reached me and saw that I was crying. She was rightfully confused and asked why I was upset. I told her everything that I experienced, and she got quiet. She told me she saw it not too long before I did at her house, and she lived a street over. I told her that she was terrified during the encounter. She said it started to move towards her from the neighbor's yard, like mine, and into hers. She was completely frozen. She broke out of that trance because her mom told her she needed to come inside for dinner. Because we were so spooked by that, we decided it was a good day to have a movie marathon. Never saw it again, but I do believe I had other encounters with it. Sorry for the repeat story, guys, but in order to keep things chronological on these, I'm gonna push forward. Shadow person, skinwalker. And I'm warning you guys, it says not safe for work. Anything could happen. Watch out. So to start this off, I was around maybe 12 or so at the time, and I had trouble sleeping. I remember waking up at a pretty early hour, like 4 a.m. I ended up going to use the bathroom. After this, I come back into my room. My window facing my bed had the curtains open so I could see through it, but not when it's pitch black out. What originally drew my attention to the window was I saw lightning outside. It wasn't rainy, so it was more just sky lightning. Sumi, never seeing that before, went to the window to take a better look. As I looked out my window, I immediately looked toward the yard. In my yard, standing there, was a tall creature. It looked like it could be Bigfoot, but its body was pitch black. What was scary was it was looking directly at me. It had these haunting yellow glowing eyes. I stared at it for a good 5 seconds before panic and fear set in. I ran into my mother's house and room, sobbing, scared out of my mind. I woke her up by saying, "Mom, there's something in the yard." She obviously didn't know what I meant, but she did see that I was terrified. I ended up going back into my room to look out again, and ended up seeing an empty yard instead. But I did sleep in my mom's room the rest of the night, but couldn't stop shaking. Even as a kid, I was never one to see imaginary things or be able to even visualize. And I know that what I saw was actually there. I went out the next morning and I swear I saw prints in the ground where that thing was. I think the creepiest part, however, was a few days later. I had planned a sleepover with my best friend, and he had canceled on me because he was nervous since he had never slept over. The next day, he actually told me about a vivid dream that he had. He had told me that he was in my room, looked out my window, and described the exact same thing I saw. But I'd never told him, because I kind of thought I was crazy. To this day, we still speak about it, and neither of us have any explanation to this. I wonder if I saw a shadow person, or maybe a skinwalker. It definitely was not human. I've since then had no other experiences seeing things like that. Coins dropping in the house. So this morning, me and my friend were sitting in the living room eating our cereal. Out of nowhere, we hear a sound of something dropping on the floor. My son stood up and scanned the floor. A coin was on the floor by the armrest of the couch. He picked up the coin and held it up. He dropped it to see if the noise was similar. It sounded exactly the same. I brushed it off, thinking that it must have just been on the arm of the couch and slid off. Fast forward a couple of hours. We decided to go to the local park, spend an hour or so there and come back. We sat down in the living room again, and within 2 minutes of sitting down, we hear the same noise again. This time coming from the hallway next to the living room. My girlfriend and I looked at each other suspiciously. She walked to the hallway to investigate. There was a coin on the floor of the hallway right in the middle. There were no shelves or cabinets near it. The sound both times sounded like it was dropped from straight up. There was no sound of rolling. After the first coin, my son put it into his dinosaur money box, so it wasn't the same coin. Both coins were 10 pence. We also don't have lots of random coins lying around. They're quite rare in the house. Was just wondering if this is a known paranormal thing, or if it means anything. Something outside our house. So my husband, baby, and I moved into my grandfather-in-law's house, and he moved to Tennessee. We don't like being outside after dark because it feels like something's watching us. Last night, my husband went out to the pole barn to look for some tools to mount our TV to, and he felt like something was following him, so he ran into the pole barn and shut the door. While he was running his USB-charged flashlight, which he just fully charged, shut off. He said he could hear footsteps and whispering looping around the pole barn. My gut was telling me something was wrong, and I knew he had his Apple Watch on, so I called him. He said as soon as his Apple Watch started ringing, whatever it was seemed to back off, and he decided to sprint for the back door. The ringing seemed to keep it from chasing him, and as soon as he came in and shut all the windows and blinds. We have security cameras on the outside of the house, but we have to go out to grab them and check the footage. We're not doing that until morning. We only have one facing the pole barn on the side of the house. I hope we can see whatever it was. We live in rural southern Michigan, if that's anything. We're unsure of what it is and trying to research what it could be. My husband is part Native American Cherokee, and he's afraid it's a skinwalker, but he's not sure. Anyone here have an idea of what it is? And how do we make ourselves safe? And no, we can't move. We don't have enough funds to, and I'm disabled. Dark spirit / evil house. Help needed. So last year, my landlord turned my house into an Airbnb. Gave me weeks to move. So I moved into an apartment on November 22nd, and it seemed great at first. Georgian house, open fireplace, large apartment. I didn't even see it at first as it was painted over, but the chimney's breast had "help" written on the wall, and it was bleeding through. I found out later why it was there, which I'll get to. So the first 2 months were great. I was in a long-distance relationship that was going very well. Had great friends, loved the home. However, little by little, I started to feel tired all the time and in a low mood and kind of bleak about life. I decided to get a cat on December 22nd. Figured it was being without a cat, as I'd lost mine the year before due to old age. But the cat I got was terrified to go in my bedroom and spent most of the time growling and afraid of me. She died 2 months after getting her. Damn. She suddenly started open-mouth breathing like she was suffocating. Rushed her to the vets, and she had chronic heart failure and had to be put to sleep. My mood continued to spiral. I felt depressed in a way I've never felt before. I started to feel something touching my back. At first every few days, then daily. Mood gets worse and worse. Every night I felt like I had 1,000 people's grief washing over me. Sometimes it got so bad I'd have to go stand outside at 2 a.m. just to take a break, take a minute. Then my relationship broke down after 1.5 years. I lost friends I'd had for decades, just suddenly. I eventually got another cat on May 23rd. He too would not go near the bedroom. 2 months on, the cat was laid asleep in the same place that the last cat died, and suddenly hissed and ran across the room in a state of fear. He became completely disoriented and terrified and started breathing with his mouth open. Rushed him to the vets. They had to put him to sleep. They had no idea what was wrong with him, but he was in a bad state of distress, and they said he was too ill to save as he was already old. My mood got so bad after that I started to feel suicidal for the first time in my life. I spent most days crying, and finally, after months of searching, found a new place, got the hell out of there. After moving out, I was so affected by the place that I contacted the old tenant, asked her if she'd experienced anything strange in there. She said straight away, yes. She said she moved in a pretty happy relationship. The first 2 months were great. After that, she started to feel really depressed and bleak. Started fighting with her boyfriend. They became violent towards each other, which they had never had before. He ended up losing his mind and writing help on the wall. She saw a figure outside the bathroom, where the bedroom was, and heard a woman's voice saying a name one day. She said they had friends around and arguments would break out, totally out of character. She said she felt like something was feeding on her energy, sucking the life out of her. That's exactly how I felt. So I looked up the history. Turns out the head of the city's mental asylum in 1805 lived there. This was back when there was abuse and torture, and it was rife in the asylums. I'm now a month out of there in a different city, in a beautiful apartment, and I still don't feel right. I still feel a deep sadness in me, constant negative thoughts, depression in a way I've never felt. I feel numb and unable to move on from my experiences there. Although it was just feelings, I've never been so affected by a place. My ex is still calling me daily the last few months, but even he's now stopped calling a week ago. It's like I'm repelling everyone since living there. Can anyone give me an insight what they think might have happened and what I should do now? Could it have been a dark entity, and it's still kind of attached to me? I've not felt anything touch my back since that day that I left the apartment. And it feels great, so I don't think it's followed me whatever it was, but I can't seem to feel like the person I was before this. I just want to feel like me again, instead of numb. Ghosts are frickin' real. Can't believe what happened. Okay, so let me start by saying I've never really been sure in the afterlife that I'm one of those I have to see it to believe it kind of people. But my parents tell me that when I was really young, I used to see ghosts. They say that at one point I got so scared I asked all the ghosts to go away until I was 30. I don't really remember any of this, so I always assumed I just had a vivid imagination. Apparently it worked. They stopped showing up immediately. Well, I turned 30 last year, and about 6 months into the year, they came back. Well, one did. I couldn't sleep. I was just lying there awake, and I figured I'd get up and walk around the house a little bit. You know when you get that feeling that someone's standing right behind you? I had it so strongly, and I just assumed it must be my roommate behind me. I think I felt the floorboards move a little. That's how I knew someone was there. So I turned around fully expecting it to be my roommate, but it wasn't. It was this shadow in the shape of a person, like a person just made of darkness. They were about a foot shorter than me, and they looked pretty large in weight. I just stood there looking at them kind of dumbfounded. I remember saying, "Oh my God." I guess they were looking at me because they paused for a moment when they walked around me. I turned as they walked around me and watched them head towards the stove. Once they got to the stove, they vanished into thin air. So I just can't believe this. After all these years, I finally know the truth that ghosts are real and maybe afterlife is even real. You think I'd be scared, but I'm actually really excited. I kind of want to see more of them. I hope they show up again soon. I guess I've always been a bit of a weirdo. Never really been afraid of the dark or typical things that other people are afraid of. I wonder if I'm supposed to be like a medium or something. Does anybody have any tips on how to pursue this and strengthen my abilities? What happened to me when I was younger? I started to look back on a few paranormal experiences that I've had. This is the first I've ever had. When I was very little, me and my family got home late from a party. My parents didn't want to go through the trouble of putting 2 children into 2 separate bedrooms. They were tired. So they put me and my sleeping brother in the same bed. I woke up late into the night around 2. There was a noise coming from my nearby dresser, the drawers opening and closing. I freaked out and quietly nudged my brother, and he whispered his name into his ear. Or I whispered his name into his ear. The sound kept happening, and my brother, the heavy sleeper that he was, wouldn't wake up. I pulled the blanket over my head and curled into a fetal position until I fell asleep. It couldn't have been my mother or father. They were asleep at the time and exhausted from the party. And the weird thing is, my extremely Christian father had blessed the house when they had bought it a few years before this. I have no other explanation to this event other than that it was a spirit, and a ridiculous one at that. What was this? Something I can't explain occurred sometime in the night. This happened at some point last night. It was our 2-year wedding anniversary, so we went out to a Halloween party down the street and did some celebrating. We got home pretty tipsy around midnight. It didn't stay up for too long before going to sleep. When I woke up this morning, the first thing I noticed when walking into the bathroom is our wedding photo that we had in our living room was on the carpet instead of the shelf, near the doorway to the bedroom. I was confused by this, but thought maybe my wife did this for some reason, but I had no idea why. Once I got back to the bedroom, I asked my wife why she put the picture on the floor. Well, I was shocked when she said that she didn't put it there, and she was wondering why I put the picture there. I obviously know that I didn't either. Nobody else lives with us. We just have a dog. Pretty sure the dog didn't move the picture. I've tried coming up with a logical explanation, but there isn't one. We've slept in the same room for 15 years. We definitely aren't sleepwalkers. Even with a slim chance one of us did, why the heck would we randomly move the wedding picture to the floor? Besides that, after recreating the occurrence, I realized how hard it is to balance the frame and make it stand on the plush carpet. There's absolutely no way the picture could have fallen off the shelf, let alone standing up perfectly. I'm completely baffled by this experience, and I'm at a loss how it even happened. Sadly, we do have a camera, but we only use it when we leave, so there's no video. We've been in our house for a couple of years and have never had anything like this happen. What makes it more creepy is that it was our wedding picture and our anniversary. I will say also that we had a couple of captures on our camera when we were out last night, and it caught some orbs, which I've never seen any of in videos previously in the last couple of years. The whole occurrence is so strange. The picture sits on the second shelf of the lamp shelf unit, about a foot or so off the ground, and it was about 3 feet away from where it was always been placed. Prophetic dreams. So, this is something I've rarely talked about except when very drunk. I think once I sent it into a paranormal YouTube channel and I was totally out of it, but in general, it's traumatized me. So I'm pretty silent about it. I still have nightmares of it of this day. Wonder if it was our channel. Anyway, when I was very young, maybe 10 years old or so, I had a horrifying nightmare. A girl, a little younger than me, was sitting in a closet, begging me to help her. She said people were looking in the wrong place for her. I didn't know what to do. The dream felt so real. Suddenly I could see through her eyes, as she was essayed by the man who lived there. Then I saw her being buried. I felt it. I was under the dirt just as she was. And I and she couldn't breathe. I woke up screaming for my dad and ran to my parents' room. My mom also woke up in a panic at the same time. She had the same dream. Mind you, these days we have almost zero relationship, and back then we weren't much better. She was abusive, so I highly doubt she would ever lie to corroborate my dream, especially in the way that she did. She knew in our state there was a missing girl, which I didn't know, and my mom was so scared by our shared dream that she called the police and explained the dreams to them. Of course, they thought she was some fake psychic trying to take advantage of the situation, which isn't uncommon, really. So they ignored her. It wasn't long after that little girl was found buried alive near her home and hadn't survived. She was held in the psycho's closet and abused before she was buried alive. I want to also mention that I didn't see an actual picture of this girl until about 8 years ago when I finally decided to see if the case was real. This sent me into a panic because it was the exact girl that I saw. This has haunted me for so long. I'm now an adult, still have nightmares from it. I just found some paranormal subreddits today, so I thought maybe I'd finally share sober. If you know this case, that's fine, but I personally don't want to say who it's about. Truly, I think of this girl daily. I personally won't say what case it is, because I'm sure some true crime enthusiasts may know who I mean, but I have no interest in getting any clout off their passing. Not just because of how awful the situation was, but also because it's truly fucked me up for life, so I can't even imagine what the family must feel. If you share with commenters who you think it's about, I understand, but I'd like to actually leave the victim out of this. I hope people understand that. I just have really never talked about this, and I wanted to get it off my chest. Has anyone else ever experienced these residual, seemingly prophetic nightmares? The fact that the dreams have resurfaced recently scares me. That my other nightmares may come true as well, too. Are there any tells that show you if it's a normal dream compared to something else? I will say that so far, I almost never dream in first-person point of view, except this horrible dream and a couple others. Ask Reddit. We, my partner and 2 daughters, ages 3 and not quite 1, moved into a new house about 1.5 years ago. This house was occupied by the same couple for 49 years and happened to be right next door to our good friend who helped us find our house. The couple moved because they needed something that would be better to accommodate their aging and health challenges. Our oldest daughter, who had just turned 3 at the time, started having imaginary friends right before we moved. But their names were Beans, Beto, and Layla. Most of the dolls that she had similar names too. About a week after we moved in, she asked me why a man was standing in the kitchen. There was no one there, and my husband wasn't home yet. I asked what he looked like, and she said a big man with no hair. A few days later, we were walking by my bedroom. She said that the man was laying in the bed. I asked where he was laying, and she pointed to my husband's side of the bed. There was no one there. Soon after she started talking about Jordan. We didn't know any Jordans. When I asked what he looked like, she said tall with no hair and old like Dad. He was often around while we were eating. One morning, she was eating breakfast on her covered porch and was disturbed because she saw a young boy walking. He was walking on his hands and feet towards her neighbors. Not her friend, but the other neighbor. That was the first time that she was disturbed by seeing anyone. She would talk about Jordan here and there, but was never disturbed by him. Eventually, she stopped talking about him. Then one day in the mail, we got a MetLife insurance letter addressed to Jordan Jones at our address. Mind you, the owners of this house before us were there 49 years and had no connection to Jordan or the last name Jones. So after that, we put a gate and a fence between me and our friend's neighbors' yards. After that, strange things started happening in her house. TV would turn on by itself at night while the remotes were on the top of the TV stand. A floodlight she disconnected would turn on randomly in her garage, and her dogs would growl and bark often. During this time, my daughter started talking about Luna. She's died now, but wants to be alive. She burnt her face in the fire and somehow stole the flowers from her hair, and she wants them back, end quote. When asked, my daughter said that Luna and Jordan knew each other and liked us. They also liked my neighbor's dogs. She would often see people walking between our houses. We're a residential neighborhood, not a lot of foot traffic. She saw someone standing behind my husband in the basement. They were waving and said, "That's not Katie," and hears laughing and footsteps in the night. It's not as common anymore than it used to be. She remembers Jordan and Luna but doesn't talk about them often. My youngest, now 2, waves at nothing often. She asks, "Who's the girl?" Or, "Why is that girl crying?" while pointing to nothing. She doesn't seem scared, though. I used to feel heavier feelings of dread in my house, or that something was walking parallel with me in our open hallway. But that subsided in the last year. Strange experience. Last year was a difficult time for me as I experienced the loss of a friend suddenly, and my mother was involved in an accident where a person was killed, though she wasn't at fault. I began to have repressed traumatic memories beginning to surface of when I was a child in a domestic violence and substance abuse, and began questioning my self-worth and my ability to be a good enough father for my own children. I started experiencing rolling panic attacks and developing crippling anxiety, specifically OCD and agoraphobia. I had an indescribably intense fear of death, mostly centered around hell, even though I was no longer a practicing Catholic. Things were spiraling, and I was growing worse by the day. One night, as suddenly as anything can be, I went from asleep to awake. However, it was my body that was awake, but rather my consciousness. I was simply aware. I wasn't tired or sleepy. I couldn't see or feel. I felt no anxiety, fear, or happiness, only consciousness. It was as if I simply existed within the ether, weightlessness, disembodied. What I did feel in that awareness was a feeling of being completely content. There was nothing but peace. It was a moment of reprieve and solace when I was fighting my hardest. Fear of anything seemed to be the most absurd thing that I could imagine. I eventually came back into my body, so to speak. It was a completely fluid and seamless transition. I was actually kind of terrified briefly, but when I woke up the next day, it felt like I had experienced something special. What I believe is I somehow experienced my true spirit or being, the thing that I am that lives behind my eyes and in my heart, but is routinely silenced by my ego. For whatever reason, my fear of death was diminished greatly as my being feels as natural as anything else. I'm meant to be here. I don't know my role. I don't know my purpose. I don't know God. I do, however, know that not knowing is okay, because at my center, I am of the universe, and I do belong. I've never had the sensation again. The closest thing I've found to it was Ram Dass and others who talk about universal consciousness and interconnectedness. I'm converting into being able to see and communicate with spirits. For context, I'm an 18-year-old female, and my dad, 65-year-old male, has always been open to me about his experiences with paranormal entities and how he can see and contact them. Recently, over the past year or so, I've been realizing that I'm seeing more than what is normally welcome to the naked eye. I regularly go to the woods in my hometown, which is known to be an active home to spirits and a place where cult rituals take place. Yeah, it sounds fucked, but it's the best dog walk. It's a beautiful area, and I regularly go and sit in the graveyard to do a journal. As you can see, a pretty beautiful view of my city from this place. There have been several encounters with friends of mine where we've seen potential paranormal activity, such as a figure in smoke in the shape of a tall man float past us and disappear into thin air. A woman walking barefoot through the muddy, rainy woods up to us in the night wearing only a white nightgown from what looks like Victorian times. I turned my car engine on, and as I left it, we saw her making a slow beeline for my car. But over the past 7 to 8 months or so, I see and hear things that when I go to look so I can actually focus on whatever it is, there's never anything solid there. I'll be on my own in the graveyard journaling, and I'll see 2 shadow figures in the corner of my eye. And when I look directly, the figures always vanish, but never completely. There'll be leaves in the wind or even a faint shadow that quickly loses all of its opacity, just so that my brain knows I'm not imagining it. My dad's been able to see and contact spirits his entire life, and I finally think I'm ready to accept that I'm gifted in this rare way too. I wanted to know if there's anything I can do for myself to be able to use my gift for the greater good, and to be able to educate myself on it more. A child ghost wanted to be a part of our family. Throughout my whole childhood, my family and I would move from apartment to apartment. Let's call it apartment 2. Everything was going great at our new place. The apartment was old, but it had everything we needed: a pool, laundromat, and it was by our school. At this time, I was living with my mom, my sister, and my nephews in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment. My mom gifted me a camera, and all of us started just taking pictures for fun. I wanted to be a YouTuber at that time. We looked back at the pictures that we were taking, and we noticed an extra person. It was small, wearing white, and it was creeping behind a corner. We all argued that it was the youngest of our family, but he kept saying that he was standing elsewhere. My nephew insisted that it wasn't him. We all didn't want to believe what had happened, so we all just sort of shrugged it off. A different day, my mom and I were in our room. We were poor and we shared a room. We saw a fast shadow running in the hallway from the living room to the second bedroom. It was short in height, and it's hard to explain, but we got a sense that it wanted us to follow it, almost like hide and seek. My mom and I followed what we thought was my little nephew playing around. We ran into the room and we looked absolutely everywhere, and we couldn't find my nephew. My mom and I looked at each other, and we knew what we had just seen, but we never spoke about it after that day. I myself couldn't believe it, so I went looking around. In my room, behind the door, I found 2 marks of 2 children's height written in pencil. The names were foreign, and not any I'd ever heard of before. One of the markings on the wall was very similar to that of the shadows. My second to oldest nephew, let's call him Jim, he would have reoccurring nightmares at weird times of the night. Jim would randomly wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. sobbing and pointing at the corner. Jim was speechless and would only pause from crying to say, "There's shadow people looking at me." None of us but Jim were old enough to see anything there. And this continued to happen a handful of times around the same time. 11 years later, my sister picked me up from the airport after we had gone to Mexico. On the way back home, I was telling her about folklore stories I'd been told by a priest in Mexico. Without me saying anything, she said, "You know, I never told you, but I saw a ghost at our last apartment. It was short and see-through. It had been watching me shower." She went on to mention that it had watched her shower 2 times, and every time she would look at it would get startled, run into the closet door, and vanish into thin air. She agreed with me that this entity had a harmless, playful, childlike feeling to it. She continued to tell me that after I had moved out to college, more things kept happening. My youngest nephew was in his room lying on the top bunk bed while playing his Switch. He felt a strong kick from the bottom bed and yelled angrily, "Jim, stop it!" It happened once more, then he got irritated and looked below his bed to find no one there. He started screaming and crying until his mom came into the room to comfort him. My family moved out a few years later, but not primarily because of the ghosts. To this day, I wonder if a child had passed in that apartment, and if what we saw was indeed the same ghost. All we know is that, by the way it acted, this child ghost wanted to be included in our family. A Tale of 2 Girls. In 1942, a girl named Ashalata who was in her teens. She used to reside in a small town in Dhulia, Maharashtra. She was the daughter of a farmer, and they were not economically well equipped, so her father used to work in other people's farms to keep their house, a small hut, sustained. Her daily wage as a farmer was about 10 rupees for one day of strenuous work. Despite their poverty, they led a relatively calm and peaceful life, where her mother cooked grains and she also helped her mother in doing housework. Every morning, Asha insisted to accompany her father to the farm, but he consistently refused, saying that it wasn't a good idea to leave their mother home alone to fend for herself, and the place of the farm where he used to work was also quite far. He used to walk many miles to reach there. Understanding his situation, she politely obliged. Fortunately, after a few months, her father got bitten by a snake while working on that farm, and this led to his untimely death. This incident crushed Asha, and her mother too, and because there was no earning member left in the family besides herself, she decided to take up the responsibility of working on the same farm. After speaking to the landowner, who was kind enough to grant her work, Asha decided to start the next day immediately. As the distance was very long, Asha had to wake up early, finish her homework, and reach the farm by 8 a.m. every day, work till evening, and leave for home as the sun set in the sky. Even though the first days were difficult, she persisted and also started enjoying going to work as it distracted her from, having to deal with the grief of losing her father. She slowly became friends with another girl working on the farm. Her name was Rukmini. Both Rukmini and Asha had shared equal burdens of their home, as Rukmini was also the sole earning member of her small family, and she had a small brother who was specially abled, and a father who was an alcoholic. They shared anecdotes of their childhood with each other, and Rukmini happily shared her Bakari. They did this beneath a tree every day for lunch. The farm where they used to work together was huge. Plants like cotton, grains like jowar and bajra, which suited the season, were cultivated there, and in the furthest most corner of that farm there is a shade built for rearing domestic animals. A small well, a kua, stood firmly beside the shade, and since the well was mostly dried up due to the drought that had happened in the past, the soil was barren and wild grass grew around the well. For this reason, nobody ever visited that corner of the farm. Until one fateful day. Both Asha and Rukmini came to the farm as usual and found that some of the plants had been infested with worms. That afternoon, when the owner of the farm showed up, he was shocked to see his precious plants in this deadly state, gave both the girls an earful and instructed them to uproot every infested plant, lest they corrupt the entire farm. Both Rukmini and Asha hugged their faces down in shame as he shouted at them vehemently. He warned them that they should only be allowed to go home once they've done their work here, and must not leave a minute early. It doesn't matter how late it gets. He left after some time, and both Asha and Rukmini started their work. Even though it was getting on her nerves, Asha knew that she had to get home early as her mother's alone and couldn't bear to waste even a single minute in stretching the arduous task that lay in her hands. When the sun began to set, Rukmini rubbed her hands and she said, "Asha, listen, we should leave by now. We won't reach the highway on time. It'll get late. And it's Amvas. We can't stay here in the night." Asha couldn't speak because not even half of the work was done, even though they started early in the noon. She insisted that they stay another hour and then leave. Fortunately for the nature who doesn't bulge for anyone, within 20 minutes, angry rain began pouring abruptly as if someone had cut through the clouds. Both Rukmini and Asha were drenched within minutes. Rukmini held out her hand to Asha for her to hold on, and together they just ran and sat beneath the shade near the well till the rain subsided. Even though the rain stopped after some time, the moonless night covered the entire farm in pitch black darkness. Even their faces weren't visible to each other. They both eventually decided to spend the night in the shade and leave early the next morning. To distract themselves from the unsettling aura around them, Asha began reminiscing about her past and began telling Rukmini about her childhood's small gimmicks from her father. Her childhood memories were always a happy escape for her and a good distraction to get through anything. They both had laid down on the floor beneath the shade, and Rukmini was taking much interest in listening to Asha's stories. After an hour or so, Asha lost track of time. She turned her head to look at Rukmini. All the blood drained from Asha's face when she saw Rukmini, who had closed her eyes and was snoring silently. Yet it was Rukmini's voice coming from down under the well, saying, Aka? Then what happened? Why'd you stop talking? Asha became whimsical and began shaking Rukmini, forcing her to get up. Meanwhile, the voices echoed through the farm, getting louder and louder with each passing minute, as if someone was crawling upwards from the well. When Rukmini woke up, she heard the same voices coming from the well, and when realization dawned on their faces, both the girls ran across the farm, leaving their belongings behind. And only one thing managed to escape from Rukmini's lips the whole time, like a mantra that she kept repeating to herself. Don't look behind, don't look behind, don't look behind. They couldn't manage to see anything. Yet they ran some more until they reached the furthest corner of the highway where the streetlights helped them lead the way ahead. Curiosity caught on Asha, and she sneaked a peek and looked behind. What she saw was a naked woman standing afar near the farm, just escaped, completely wet, glowing in the darkness of the night, her hair dripping of water, her eyes all white, no life. It looked like it was a dead body standing tall, her lips curved with a smile. She kept smiling till she walked back, still facing them, and disappeared behind the crops again. They never went back to the farm. Whether it was a ghost, a Tudale, a dead woman who was haunting that place for a long time, it's a mystery. But this story haunted my Nani, my grandma Asha, till her death on August 11th, 2013. What happened to Rukmini after that incident was something my Nani never told me. I think the school I work in is haunted. So my first experience started with something completely small and insignificant, but made me think more. I'm a phys ed teacher in the school, and I was in the school for a holiday club. This means that there is nobody in the school other than me and my team, and the children were working. The children are not allowed upstairs or anywhere without us. What happened was I was outside coaching, and I looked up to the third floor. There were papers in the room fluttering in front of the windows. Now, this could obviously be explained by a drought or an open window, of course, but the strange thing is that at this point we had no access to the school's top floors, and they're locked and alarmed. The alarm will go off if any windows or doors are opened. The main thing that happened to make me think happened 2 days ago. I was walking upstairs to my office on the second floor. We now have access to all the floors, and I heard a person whistling, like full-on whistling. This whistling stopped as soon as I came off the stairs, and just a reminder that there's no one in the school apart from my team, and definitely nobody on the second floor. The next thing is that I left my office and walked to the second floor staff room, which is directly across from my office. And on that walk, I heard a child laugh and giggle. There's absolutely no way any children were on the second floor, and no way that I heard it from downstairs. There's been other strange occurrences, but this is the first time I've actually been unable to debunk it. Disappearing sculpture. A couple of months ago, I was shadowing someone for a new job. We went to an elementary school to do some work for them. As we walked through a hallway, I looked out the window into a courtyard, and my eyes were immediately drawn to a gargoyle on the corner of the roof. My eyes were drawn to it because it didn't fit. The architecture of the school was basic, red bricks, probably built in the 70s. Nothing of that style anywhere, and the gargoyle looked far more weathered than anything else. I could barely pick out a face, even though the rest of the school was in very good repair. Kind of looked like a sphinx, but again, it was very weathered. I went back to that school today, and it wasn't there anymore. What's more, the staff I asked didn't know that there was ever a gargoyle in that courtyard. Easy answer. Admin thought it was an eyesore that had to be taken down, while many people just never looked up. I can accept that. But the fact that it didn't fit in at all and seemed like I'm the only one who's noticed it seems pretty strange to me. Step into the enigmatic dimension of Paranormal M, your portal to the extraordinary. Don't forget to subscribe, drop a comment, turn on notifications to embark on a journey into the paranormal. We hope you're ready to be spellbound. I think a demon paid me a visit. So about 3 years ago, I was living with my mom for about a year after a relationship breakdown with an ex. I hadn't had anything like this happen to me before, but I've had quite a few paranormal experiences. Here's the backstory for context. Since the age of about 10, I used to see what I will call a woman periodically throughout my childhood and into my teens. I'd actually seen her out of the corner of my eye, peering around walls or door frames, and she would just watch me. When I was younger, it used to freak me out, but I spoke to my mom about it, and she said that it was probably just somebody watching over me. So, that's what I believed for a very, very long time. Especially as this woman had never made me feel scared, threatened, or done anything besides poke its head around a corner and just watch. No one else ever even saw her, and as soon as I'd turn my head to try to see her, she would disappear. I'd turn away again, and sure enough, a head would appear out of the corner of my eye again. This happened over the course of about 12 years with no real routine. Sometimes I'd see her twice in a week. Then I wouldn't see her for 6 months. Then I'd see her like maybe once a month and then not for a year or so. I don't really remember, but it was always the same, just watching. It's worth noting that this happened in multiple houses and places where I've lived. So flash forward to 2021, height of the pandemic, and I'd split up with my then girlfriend and moved back to my mom's for about a year. I don't remember how long I'd been there at the time that this happened, but it sure as hell made me get my own place a lot quicker. So like most people, I tend to sleep on my front with one arm underneath my pillow and one leg bent, as this has always just been more comfortable for me. I've never slept on my back, and I've never woken up sleeping on my back either, always on my front or my side. So anyway, one night I go to sleep as normal. I put a YouTube video on in the background, lights off, sleeping on my front. My bedroom door was always shut for privacy. When I suddenly wake up, instantly I can tell something is up, because I'm laying on my back half propped up on my pillows, almost as if I'd fallen asleep reading a book or on my phone or something. My arms were at my sides, and the first thing I saw was my bedroom door wide open. Now, the layout of the house was sort of split into two. You walk in the front door and either turn left or right. To the left immediately was the living room with the connecting hallway leading to my mom's bedroom. To the right would have the bathroom directly in front of you, kitchen on the right, and my bedroom directly opposite the kitchen on the left. My bed faced the doorway and allowed me to see into the hallway and kitchen, when fully open anyway. We lived in a block of flats, apartments for my American friends, so there was a bit of light coming through the frosted glass in the front door from the communal stairwell, which slightly illuminated the hallway and the kitchen. Now, as I've just woken up and I'm already confused as to why I'm awake and why my bedroom door is open, as my eyes adjust, which only took a few seconds given the light, I could see a figure standing in my doorway with its back to the kitchen. Now, as soon as I looked at it, it moved to the right, as if heading towards the front door and living room. Immediately, I started to feel my heart rate rise because did I really just see something? As I'm sat there processing everything that's happening and the off feeling that I had, this thing slowly comes back into view and is just standing in my doorway watching me. Now, I don't know how I knew, but my brain instantly made the connection to what I'd seen growing up. And I knew this was the same thing I'd been seeing just watching me when I was younger. Except now I felt scared, I felt threatened. I couldn't focus on what the body of this woman or thing looked like because all I could focus on was the dark yellow eyes that it had. Now, given that it was dark and I usually wear glasses, as I'm very short-sighted, so the fact I could even see the color of its eyes really brought me to attention. I've never felt primal fear before this moment. I've heard and read stories about people saying they experienced primal fear and just assumed it was another level of scared. I've never been so wrong. I felt like prey. I honestly felt like I was about to die. That's when I started crying. Silently, though. I couldn't make any noise, it just wasn't coming out. I couldn't move either. People I've told this experience to say that it was sleep paralysis, but I know for a fact it wasn't. So as I'm trying to shout for my mom and nothing but air coming out, this thing starts walking or floating, not even sure. But it made its way into my room. It made the 10 feet from the doorway to my bed, then moved around to the far side of my bed. It was a king size, and I always slept on the right side nearest the door. It must have had some wrappers or something on the floor because I could hear it rustling the plastic or stepping on whatever it was that was on the floor. I'm still pretty much paralyzed and crying with fear at this point. This thing just stood next to the left side of my bed and just watched. Now, the reason I know this wasn't sleep paralysis was because I managed to roll onto my right side, facing away from whatever was now standing next to my bed, and I lay there for maybe 3 or 5 minutes. It felt much longer than that at the time. Then I blacked out. People wake up from sleep paralysis, not black out, right? That's the last thing I remember before waking up like usual on my side. Bedroom door closed, daylight coming through my curtains. Everything felt normal. Now, obviously, I had trouble sleeping for about 2 weeks, terrified about seeing that woman again, but just as soon as I started to forget about it and started sleeping regularly again, I was randomly woken up again. This time was different because I woke up on my front in the recovery position. This is how I'd normally sleep. Now, I was in a deep sleep, had been asleep for hours, but my immediate reaction as soon as I opened my eyes was to look over my shoulder behind me. I saw a face, inches from mine, shoot back into the darkness. I just rolled over and went back to sleep because I didn't want to deal with whatever it was. I don't know if it was the same thing that walked into my room a week or 2 previously, but whatever it was made my natural instincts kick in. Wake up, look for danger. I must have felt whatever it was right next to me, as soon as I saw it, it just backed away into the darkness. I haven't seen the demon woman or had anything similar happen since. I'm hoping that whoever or whatever has been watching me since I was 10, I'm now 25, got as close as it wanted to and has decided to leave me alone. It's been 2 years roughly since this happened, so I'm praying that whatever it was stays away. Hoof prints on the ceiling. When I was in my early 20s, I lived in this one-bedroom apartment with my brother. He had the bedroom, I slept in the living room. He had been living in this one bedroom for a couple of years prior with his ex-girlfriend before a messy breakup. I moved in shortly after, while we were waiting for a 2-bedroom to open up in the same building. The building itself was built in the 70s. Each unit had been updated several times before we got there. Before this, I knew there was something in there. I had spent a lot of time there prior. Before I moved in, we had taken videos of the cat acting silly and running around. Then, on review of the video that we saw her chasing orbs, I had taken a photo of myself in the mirrored closet doors that lined the hallway, and when I looked behind me in the photo, I saw a face over my shoulder. After I moved in, it got worse. I've never had sleep paralysis before in my life. I was all of a sudden having more of them while living here. Ones of people peeking through the front door and being violently shaken. One night I was falling asleep, and I thought I heard my brother in my room call my name. But when I woke up, no one was there. I was sitting in the living room, and I have a view of half the dining room on one side of the kitchen, and on the other side, I can see the front door. The kitchen itself is behind a wall. I was on the couch and in the living room, and I saw movement going into the kitchen. Then my eyes snapped to the front door. The figure came out from behind the wall. It was a tall mist with a black body and a white head. It came right at me. I felt a cool burst of air hit me. Then nothing. Some time had passed. No more figures or faces. But then one day we noticed over my head where I slept there was a very distinctive dark hoof print. When we tried to scrub it off the ceiling that we left, it was just left a big patch where it was, because we had to scrub so hard it left a mark in the paint. We moved out of the 2-bedroom in the same building. All the occurrences stopped. Strange happenings at the farmhouse. When I was a kid, probably around 12 or 13, my mom moved out to this farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. Like we couldn't get internet middle of nowhere. It was a property with 13 acres, a dilapidated barn, and a horse corral that had overgrown weeds. And of course, the main farmhouse. At night, there were no lights other than the one in the front yard to show that our electric was working. My room had a window and faced the horse corral. One night I woke up in the middle of the night. It was a full moon. I looked out my window, and besides one of the fence posts of the corral, there was a girl standing there. She was wearing a nightgown and rubber boots. She was facing my window. From there, things got worse. The TV we had in our basement would turn off and on randomly. My mom would hear an old radio playing in the middle of the night. My stepmom would go out to the barn to smoke. And one time she was in there, she and her girl, or rather she heard a girl say her name. She thought it was me, but at the time, I was at my dad's house in the city. When I would wake up in the middle of the night to pee or get water, I would feel like someone was watching me. If I looked into our living room, it felt like someone was watching me through the window. One day, my stepmom and I were walking down the hallway. We both saw a nightgown go into the bathroom. No one was in there when we checked. This all came to a head when one night I woke up randomly again in the middle of the night. I used to keep my room door open, and it would look out into the hallway of our house. I was laying in bed unable to fall back asleep, when as clear as day I heard a girl whisper my name. At first, I thought it was a noise my sheets made when I moved. I tried recreating the noise, but it didn't work. Then I looked out into the hallway, and standing in my doorway was a dark figure of a girl wearing a nightgown. I stared at it, unable to move. I turned on my bedside lamp, and no one was there. It took everything in my body to run down the hallway into my mom's room where I slept for the night. For unrelated reasons, we moved out of the house shortly after. What did I see in the Umpqua National Forest? I encountered something with my then boyfriend, 25, in the woods a few years ago. We were on a road trip down and up the west coast, and I wanted to stop to drink from my favorite cold spring. This was in the Umpqua National Forest. It was getting dark, but we were on a bit of a time crunch as I had a flight from Seattle in a few days, and I'm a very experienced hiker and camper, so I wasn't super concerned. This was early March, so there was also about 3 feet of snow on the ground, and we had to park the car a little bit further and hike a little bit more into the springs. When we got close to where they were, it was getting very dark. I had a headlamp, but it was hard to find the proper trail in the darkened snow. We ended up on the top of the spring rather than the bottom. My boyfriend, bless his heart, started trying to hang over the side of the icy cliff with my water bottle despite my protests. I basically yelled and said I was calling it. This was too difficult, and some good water wasn't worth the potential to get hurt, lost, especially in frozen woods. We had a bit more difficulty navigating back out, as it was pitch black at this point. As we're hiking off trails back in the direction of the road, I was climbing over a fallen tree when I saw it. Standing what must have been 9 feet tall on the fallen tree with me was some sort of thin, hooded figure holding its hands together and facing me directly. I immediately was filled with a sense of dread. As horrible as it is, I'm used to seeing things like this. I simply called to my boyfriend and said, "We have to move faster and get out of here now." We got back to the road, and the entire way I felt like we were being followed, just beyond where I could see in the dark. I was basically power walking down the road in the snow, terrified. My boyfriend was confused and irritated. We made it back safely. I apologized for scaring and confusing him, and for being so short with him, and I shoved that experience far back into my head until I remembered it recently. What was that thing? I study folklore as a hobby, but have no idea what it was and can't find any answers when looking to the area. I have a ghost in my room. I'm a teenage girl who shares a room with my sibling. I'm usually the only one in the room because I'm a bit of a hermit and choose to do my own things. Usually I sit at my desk and draw digitally or do homework or play games with friends online. A few months ago I felt a weird presence. When I was younger I would sit in the kitchen and play video games, but I always felt like someone or something was watching me. I told my grandma, and she always tells me that it was probably just trauma and I should get off. But it never felt like that. So back to present day, all the weird shit I experienced as a kid kind of went away for a few months. But now it comes back. When I came close to a picture of myself my grandma put in my room, it would fall when I got close to it. I never knocked it down, and it usually only happened when I was alone. I do also have a little bit of sleep paralysis, but it never happens during the night. Weird stuff also seems to follow me to school, but I don't ever remember it, so I can't really use any examples. I jokingly named the ghost Steve, but ever since, it's always seemed to go away. I'm also growing up in a religious household with a lot of Bibles, so since I have a Bible in my room, I could have noticed that and got scared. I don't know, honestly. That's just a theory. I'm not scared necessarily because he seems nice. I've thought of buying a Ouija board and see if there's an actual ghost or if I'm just paranoid. So what should I do from here? I don't want to return, but I also don't mind it since it doesn't directly mess with me. I also hear my name being called like my grandma's calling me, but when I reply, my grandma says that she's never called me. I think that may be a doppelganger, but I could be wrong. This happened over Monday to Wednesday at an Airbnb. I'm honestly still kind of shocked as it was my first experience, and on Halloween. I'm in Mount Vernon, Illinois, at an Airbnb. This place is already off the second you walk in. It's old school, but trying to be modern. Private message me if you want details, and I'll show you photos of this place, give you the address, if I can find it. The first day I got there, my friend Michael and friend Kyle had already been there for a couple of days, and they said that this place was haunted. So I arrived, and the first day was completely normal. I'm doing my average smack talking, saying, "Oh, what's a ghost gonna do, scare me?" laughing my ass off at them. The first day wasn't really anything, so I'll skip to the night when things got interesting. Michael and Kyle work for the same company. They had this Airbnb for a work trip, so they were asleep by 1 a.m. But I was up until 3 or 4, and around 3:30, almost 4 a.m., I'm in the kitchen. I hear our pool table being played. One stick would smack a ball, then another, like as if a normal match of pool was going on. I freak the fuck out. I go to Kyle's room because he's the closest room to me. He's asleep and I'm still hearing it at this point. Michael's room is next to the pool table room. But I thought, what's a ghost really gonna do to me? So I went over there and nothing. Same everything. I was baffled to say the least. I went to bed at this point. I was just shocked that that was my first ever experience. Day 2, Tuesday, October 31st. I wake up home alone. Kyle and Michael were already off to work. They work for 7 Brew Coffee, if anybody knows what that is, but I get up to shower, change my clothes. I'm in the living room watching TV, but my phone's dead and I have no charger because me and Michael share one. But he needs it more than me because he has to work and take calls. Around 11 or 12, I hear this loud stomping upstairs from one side of the roof, and it goes from that side to another side, and fast. I ran out like I was in shock, but I go back in because it's around 35 degrees at this time, so I'm not out for that long. I try to keep my composure, but I was hearing vivid crashes and bangs around this house. I went outside just for some fresh air, not even ghost-related, and the attic light was on. But the places I was hearing the stomping would have literally had been somebody climbing on the roof, because the attic was weird. It only went over one room, then the rest of the house was normal roof. After so long of this happening, I just got comfortable with it, and I sat in the living room, turned 60 Days in on, and just sat there for 3 hours watching. Then my friends got off work, listened to whatever was in that house, make insane noises. The energy was just so strong it felt like I could feel it inside of me when I walked into the house after my friend got off work. Nothing really happened. We got drunk, so ghosts didn't really matter when you're shit-faced. And Wednesday was checkout day, so I didn't have anything happen that day either, but I just felt like I needed to share this with someone, as it was my first experience. Bubblegum-esque spirit. So I'm not entirely sure where to post this, but I figured here was as good as any. It's kind of a long story, so I'll try to keep it as short as possible, and I'll give as much information as I can. Any similar experiences or anything that might help me interpret what I saw would be awesome to hear about from anyone else. I know the title may seem a bit odd, but it'll make sense later in the experience that I had. Plus, it might catch eyes of a few people who might have had experienced something similar. So in 2004, when I was 3 years old, I lived in a 3-bedroom house with my mother, my stepdad, my baby sister, my aunt's husband, and their newborn baby. Now my mom, stepdad, and baby sister shared one room. My aunt and her husband shared another room, while me and my baby cousin shared the last room. I don't know why it was set up like this, but that's how it was. So anyway, even though I was very little, I still understood how to carefully pick up and hold a baby. And on this morning, I decided to pick up my baby cousin from his crib, take him into my mom's room to wake her up so we can watch cartoons and eat or whatever my little self had in mind. When I picked up my baby cousin, there was what looked like a pink bubble gum that was stuck to his head, back, arms, and legs. This freaked me out for some reason, so I set him down and quickly ran to my mother's room, woke her up, told her that the baby cousin had gum on him. Confused, she followed me to the bedroom to check on him. She picks him up, then immediately she starts freaking out and wakes up all the adults in the house. As she picked up my baby cousin, I saw what looked like the gum snap, and it was no longer connected to him and almost seemed to disappear. My aunt and mom are crying, panicking, and calling every person they can think of, while the men try to calm them down. I don't remember how, but my baby cousin had passed away, which is what caused the panic. It's definitely a very tragic and awful situation that happened, but as a 3-year-old, I had no idea what was actually happening. The whole time I'm asking them about the bubblegum, and they either ignore me or are very confused by my question. Once other people arrive, I tell them about the bubblegum that I saw and was once again ignored, or they were confused. Eventually, since I was being ignored, I stopped bringing it up. Well, after a while, I was able to talk about it with my family once I was older and understood what death was and what had happened. I once again told them about the weird pink bubblegum stuff that I saw. All of them remember me talking and asking about it, but none of them ever saw it. There wasn't any of that on him or his mattress. All of them think or speculate that I saw him or his spirit leaving his body and moving on. I feel like it could be explained by that somehow. Maybe a bunch of bubblegum got him, but why did no one else see it? Every time I tell this story to anybody at all, they all say that basically they mirror what my family said, that I probably saw his spirit leave and move on. I know the whole thing sounds super weird, and I feel like I sound crazy typing it out, but I remember it all very vividly, and so does everybody else who was there. Except they didn't see what I saw. I always wondered why. If it truly was a spirit, it was pink and looked like gum. I don't know where else to put this story, so I figured I'd put it here. If anybody else knows basically anything related, I'd love to hear it. Haunted family. I'm 25, and my family is haunted. Notice I said family and not house. The house I've grown up in most of my life was built by my mother, and no one besides us has ever lived in it. I have many stories to tell about growing up that I'll post on here, but I'll start with this one. One night I was around 16, and my mother and I were both sleeping on couches in the living room. I don't remember why, but it was probably because the bedrooms had more frightening encounters than the living room. Anyways, the couches sat opposite of each other so my mom and I could see each other. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, but my mom is the polar opposite. She wakes up to the slightest of sounds. Around 1 a.m. my mother woke up. She didn't know why. She immediately looked at me just to make sure I was okay. A mom instinct, I guess. For as long as I can remember, any time my mother wakes up in the middle of the night, she's always gone room to room to make sure my siblings and I are breathing. She specifically checks to make sure our chests are rising and falling. I don't know why exactly she does it, but it's always been a very serious thing for her. She has a deep fear that we'll just stop breathing in the middle of the night. I don't know why. So anyway, she woke up and glanced at my chest to make sure I was breathing. I was sleeping on my back, but my chest wasn't moving at all. My arms were slightly twitching, like they were being weighed down by something. My mother tried to get up but couldn't. She said she couldn't move her body at all. She said that she did the only thing that she could think of and started praying. Softly at first, but gradually louder. She said within seconds that she watched as a black mass of shadow lifted off of my chest and disappeared. Pretty much as soon as it was off of me, she watched me gasp for air and then begin breathing normally, then roll over and splay out like I usually do in my sleep. She barely slept that night. She didn't tell me about any of it until the next day when we were at a restaurant away from the house. What really scared me is that I had yet to tell her about the nightmare I had that night, in which I felt like I was suffocating. Our family's dealt with things like this for as long as I can remember. But we don't know as if it's all of us that's haunted, or just one of us has something attached to us, and it just attacks everybody nearby. Cemetery Event, Virginia City, Nevada, circa 1979. Used to be a believer when I was a kid. I've debunked every event and encounter except one. Still can't explain how this happened. Family road vacation during the summer of 1978 or 79. I was about 10. My mom and dad drove us kids everywhere. This event happened in Virginia City, Nevada. We had a great time touring the town and shops. I was thrilled by the Western-style shootout on Main Street. The loser had squibs in his torso that exploded blood, and he fell near my feet. I was surprised, then proud to have dropped fake blood on my shirt. It was a 10-year-old boy's idea of an awesome day. My dad took me and my younger sister to the cemetery. I think we were killing time while my mom just took my younger brother to the restroom. We stayed very close to my dad. Cemeteries were spooky to us kids then. I was doing the math on the dates, trying to determine the age of the death. Soon I became further spooked by all the kids and babies in the place. The event happened at one large family plot. I was looking at the headstones of the kids when I suddenly fell forward onto a grave without warning or intent. My dad yelled at me to stay off the graves. He already warned us that it was taboo. I still can't explain how or why I fell. My sister still remembers because it scared her. She said I simply fell forward as I fell asleep. Except she could see that I was still awake. I don't recall tripping, losing balance, fainting, feeling a force, or a push or a pull. I didn't lose time, I simply fell, completely conscious, onto the grave of the dead kids. Scared the shit out of me. That's it. Still don't know what happened. Haven't debunked my sister's belief that it was paranormal. While I no longer believe in the paranormal, I don't have an explanation yet. Virginia City, Nevada Boneyard, circa 1979. I used to believe in ghosts when I was a kid. Aside from Star Wars, my expertise was ghosts, along with Nessie, Bigfoot, UFOs, and the spontaneous human combustion. This was after I lost interest in Legos and drawing dinosaurs. As a kid, I had many paranormal encounters, UFO sightings, and even did my own search for Bigfoot during every hike in the woods for scouts. Once I entered high school, I turned more to science and girls. All of those many paranormal encounters when I was little I've since debunked. That ghost I saw running toward me in the fruit orchard behind our house turned out to be a white sheet hanging from a branch. It was left behind by a migrant worker during the harvest. Those Ouija board scares at my best friend's house? Well, his dad admitted to moving the thing around just to watch us boys lose our shit. His mother still maintains her house. It is indeed haunted, though. The ghostly shadow I saw walking in my best friend's house after one of the worst Ouija board scares turns out to be from a damaged lampshade that was spinning slowly. I've debunked every sighting, event, encounter except for one, and I'm 50 years old now and I still can't explain how this happened. Paranormal event, Virginia City, Nevada boneyard, circa 1979. We enjoyed a family road vacation almost every year when I was a kid. For example, we drove from California to New York State when I was 2, just so I could meet with my East Coast grandparents. During the summer of 1978 or 79, I was about 10. My mom and dad drove us kids from California to Yellowstone, then up to Mount Rushmore, down to Mesa Verde. Don't know how to say that, Mesa Verde? Our dad never stopped moving. 5 minutes to get out of the car, look at the Grand Canyon. Then it was back on the road to reach the next postcard destination. This was his idea of a great time. On the way back home from Mesa, we stopped in Virginia City, Nevada. That's where I once believed I experienced a paranormal encounter. We had a great time touring the town and shops of Virginia City. It was just like any old West town I'd seen in all of my favorite cowboy movies. I was thrilled when a Western-style shootout happened on Main Street. The loser had squibs in his torso that exploded fake blood, fell near my feet. I was surprised, then proud to have a drop of fake blood on my shirt. Wouldn't let my mom wash that shirt for ages. It was a 10-year-old boy's idea of the most awesome day ever. At one point, my dad took me and my younger sister to a cemetery. I think we were killing time when my mom took my younger brother to the restroom. We stayed very close to my dad. My sister held his hand. I was trying to be brave, so I didn't. Cemeteries were spooky to us kids then. Anyways, I was obsessed with the birth years and death years and fairly good at doing basic math in my head. So I was very focused at each plot, crunching the numbers on every date listed to determine the age of death, proudly calling out my answers. Our very road-weary dad would grunt his approval in response and walk to the next plot. My enthusiasm dimmed when I realized just how many women died in childbirth. Their babies had the same death dates as their mothers. Soon I was silenced by the overwhelming population of kids and babies in this place. The event I'll never forget happened at one large family plot. I was looking at the headstones of the kids when I suddenly fell forward onto a grave without warning or intent. My dad yelled at me to stay off the graves. He already warned us it was taboo. I still can't explain how or why I fell. My sister, who was 7 or 8, still remembers because it scared her. She said I simply fell forward as if I had fallen asleep, except she could still see I was still awake. I don't recall tripping, losing balance, locking knees, fainting, feeling a force or a push or a pull. I didn't lose time. I simply fell completely conscious onto the grave of the dead kids. Caught my fall with both hands and had frozen in fear for a moment, staring at the ground at the bottom of the headstone. Picture me mid-push-up with my knees on the ground, frozen, shaking, scared to look at the headstone. I don't remember standing up. It really scared the hell out of me. And that's it. Still don't know what happened. Haven't debunked my sister's belief that it was indeed something paranormal. She fully believes in ghosts and thinks I was pulled toward the grave. I used to believe the same. While I no longer believe in the paranormal, I don't yet have an explanation for what happened to me in Virginia City Boneyard back in 1979. I guess that was a retelling of the story before this. On to the next one. My house is haunted. My house has had at least one person die in it, but there is 2 ghosts that we know of at least, and some ghost cats. First, the ghost cats. When I was younger, I would tell my parents about how I would see cats, but I would be pointing at walls or a ceiling, but I was the only one who ever saw them. We also have seen ghost figures that look like cats. There's also been times me and my family have felt cats jump onto our beds and walking on us, but when we look, there's nothing there. For the human ghosts, there's a man and a woman. Some of my family members have felt someone touch them while they're in the shower. They also have heard voices while in the shower, and the voices that they hear are male. Other times, not long after my grandma died, my sister heard the sound of her slippers walking around, but we didn't have the slippers. My sister's had her bedroom door opened multiple times while she was asleep, and no one was there, and no windows were open. We've also had something move around. At least I remember the most was when I was asleep and woke up and one of my toy elephants with its trunk up was moved, and one of my bed, well, it had been in my closet. My grandma had always loved elephants, but their trunks up specifically, and she had a collection. So my guess is she moved it, but of all her ghosts, they seem to be friendly. There was also a time I woke up in the 4th or 5th grade one day and my arm was next to my shoulder and there was a mark that looked like someone had branded my arm. A couple days ago I was home alone and I was trying to feed my cats and dogs when I saw a black figure run out of the corner of my eye. And when I looked, no one was there. My mom was home waiting before she had gotten to work and she heard my dad clear his throat. But later she realized that my dad hadn't been home for a couple of hours as he had gone to work. That's all that's happened. But if anything else happens, I'll update this. If you have anything that's happened, I'd like to hear your stories. My ghost story. When I was 17, I lived with my single father. He rented a house that was once a single-room schoolhouse. This was later converted to a house that had a few rooms added over the years. We lived outside of a small town on a gravel road. As one might expect, the old home would crack and pop, but strange things would also happen. My bedroom had windows that opened with a hand crank. My dad traveled for work a lot, so there were many nights I would be home alone. On multiple occasions, I woke to the window cracked open, with no explanation. It wasn't particularly easy to open. Didn't really make sense that it would do it on its own, but I never really thought much of it and would crank it closed. One evening, my dad and I were sitting on his couch. It was a couch where each end had built-in recliners. I'm guessing they meant it was a couch where each end had built-in recliners. It was probably 10 or 11 p.m., and we're just silently kicked back on each other's end. We were watching some show on TV, and as I'm sitting there, I see a woman completely white in color walk across the room and into my bedroom. Assuming I'm just tiredly hallucinating, I shake it off. A moment later, my dad sits up and says, "This might sound crazy, but did you just see a figure walk into your bedroom?" Freaked me out immediately. Called a cousin and asked if I could come crash at his house and left. I returned home to no issue and never saw this figure again. Whenever people would find out where I lived, it was common to get a response asking if I knew if that house was haunted. I lived in that house until I graduated high school, and my dad moved out a few years later. Always felt a presence in the house, but nothing bad ever happened. My dad likes to bring it up from time to time, and it's definitely one of the strangest experiences of my life. Weird experiences. I rented a flat in central London. It was marketed as a one-bedroom, but you could not really fit a decent bed in the actual bedroom, so I made the living room my bedroom as well as a living space and the bedroom my office. Only the bathroom window opened, all the others were locked shut with no key. This is important later. The first weird experience started quite mildly. I had not long moved in, and it was nearing Christmas, so I was wrapping gifts for my friends and family as you do. I was writing gift tags in red pen. I realized I needed more sellotape? Never heard that before. I needed more sellotape, so I popped across the road to a shop called Woolworth's. I left the pen in the middle of the gift wrapping paper and tags when I went to the store. On arriving back, I for some reason couldn't find the pen. I looked everywhere, but nothing. Went out to meet friends for dinner, and when I got back, there were now 2 red pens exactly where I left the first one. I passed it off as me being rushed. Next episode happened a few weeks later, just into the new year. It was a cold night, and I was at the other end of the living room doing whatever I was doing on my laptop. It was really peaceful, and I could only hear the sound of the cars going by and the music that I had on in the background. All of a sudden, there was this big whoosh sound, and all the windows opened at what seemed like the exact same time. This now made me alert that something was up, but nothing else happened. Closed the windows, but didn't lock them. Next instance, my ex was visiting. He was tired and wanted to lay down while I sat once again at my laptop. Time had passed, and he started telling me to stop playing with him. I asked him to repeat, as I was not paying any attention. He stated once again, "Stop playing with my hand." I replied I was not. I looked over and told him to open his eyes. It looked like someone was squeezing his hand. Not hard, but more of a gentle squeeze. This, of course, freaks us both out, and we decided to stay at his that night. Returning home the next day, I was walking to my front door, and the secondary keyhole felt like a gale-force wind coming through it. I thought that maybe I had some windows open, so I went to go back in. It was calm, no windows open. When I went back out again, checked the keyhole, it was calm. The final time before moving out was one that caused a few friends to never return. We were watching our monthly movie. This time was my turn to host. I always choose a horror movie. The evening went quite well, quite an enjoyable movie. We were all chatting and realized that there was a clicking sound. We had no idea where it was coming from, but we followed the sound. We finally ended up in the bathroom, where we noticed the washing machine wash selection button was turning on by its own. We initially thought it was a fault in the machine, but when I went to touch it, just the dial stopped, and when I stepped away, it wouldn't turn again. One of my friends screamed. It was not needed. I managed to grab the dial, spin it myself, and didn't turn again. Not long after this, I decided to move. Not because of the experience, I just needed more space. No idea if the people living there are having a similar experience, but I've always been curious. I've tried to check the history of the building, but no one found anything of value. I don't believe in ghosts. I'm a medical student, 21 years old, and I took admission recently, attending 8 hours of lectures, including practicals, a hectic schedule. We were accommodated by hostels, but I preferred to stay in a rented house along with 3 other classmates. We rented a 3-bedroom apartment. We had classes from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. For the first time in my life, I saw cadavers in anatomy practical classes. We were taught to dissect them. The smell of chemicals, formaldehyde, is unforgettable even after leaving the dissection hall. As all of our day was busy, we were unable to prepare food at home, so for a few days we ate at hotels, and then we decided to hire a maid. Our apartment is located at a hilly area in Shillong, Meghalaya. So the maid asked that if somebody is able to pick her up from the bus stop, which is like a half a kilometer from our apartment, that she'd be willing to come. We had bikes, so we didn't hesitate much. We told her that we need our food to be prepared basically once a day, like for dinner. We did our breakfast and lunch in the college canteen itself. She used to come in the evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. When she reached the bus stop, she used to give me a call, and I picked her up. It was a usual day. I woke up at 8 a.m. and got ready for college. On the way to college, there's a tea stall. I ate a plate of puree, a cup of tea, and smoked a cigarette. Then I bought a few chewing gums, and after having one, I left for college. I had to prepare for a topic on that day. I made a presentation on diabetes mellitus and presented it in the seminar hall. At 1 p.m. I had my lunch at the canteen. Time went by after attending one class and another, and finally it was 5 p.m. I left college, reached my room around 5:30, and I was feeling sleepy, so I decided to take a nap. My phone rang, and I saw that the maid's calling. Picked up and told her that I'll be there in 2 minutes. I saw the time on my phone was 7:15 p.m. Wore a jumper. It's always cold in Shillong, so I took my keys, an opened packet of cigarettes, and a lighter with me. It usually takes 5 minutes after the call to reach the bus stop, so I decided to smoke while I waited for her. As I reached the bus stop, I parked the bike and lighted a cigarette. As I smoked, I noticed all the shops were closed. It's not unusual as shops usually close at 7 or 8 p.m. I finished my smoke, but there was no sign of the maid. So I took out my phone, went to the call logs to give her a call. To my surprise, I couldn't find her name in the call history. I was shocked and checked the time on my phone, and it was 12:15 a.m. I was scared to death and quickly took my bike and rode as fast as I can to my room. I was unable to sleep for the rest of the night. When I told anybody about the incident, or to my flatmates in the morning, they didn't believe me, and I told them that the maid didn't come that night. This is the most close to a ghost story that's ever occurred to me. Possible demon sighting. The reason I call my demon sighting, I'll get into that later. I saw Mr. Balin's video on the Ammon's haunting, and the picture and the description of the ghost and demon fit the exact description of the apparition I saw. So before I saw the apparition, my parents, specifically my dad and my mom, would say, yes, it's true. But they'd say it was probably just nothing. My dad would complain about hearing breathing and walking as well as sighing and almost hissing. Then my mom, who doesn't really believe in the supernatural news, usually very serious circle, like, did you hear that? Afterwards, the second supernatural happening I witnessed was my brother, and it was on Halloween day after trick-or-treating. We had a window in our bedroom. It only opens from the inside, and when it closes really, really tight, almost airtight. We come back from trick-or-treating and just got ready for bread, and we hear the window cracking and it's opening by itself from the outside. We started yelling for Dad to come. Then it stops right before he comes and it closes. Then, a couple of years later on Halloween, I decided to film around the house at 3 a.m., see if I can catch anything on my camera, or prove them, if wrong. I see nothing for the main part, and I'm about to walk through the basement, so I open the door. He starts walking and moving his head, kind of just appeared there with a bunch of gray fog, very see-through at first, but then he completely materialized. The color changed some from gray, brown to beige. The apparition was a short man, no taller than a 7-year-old. He had pointy ears. I can only describe his face. It's looking exactly like Nosratus. Nosratus? Must be a demon name. It starts walking up the stairs, and then it notices me. It looks worried and frightened. It's confused that I can see it, and it's having a hard time moving its face. The only thing I can do is move it, brown eyes around the room looking at the rest of the basement. When it started trying to move its mouth, like he was trying to speak, I yelled and shut the door and never saw anything supernatural again, and my old house. And I was the only one who saw it. My camera didn't catch anything. Years later, I saw Mr. Balin's video on the Almonds haunting, realized the apparition I saw looked exactly like how the police described the two apparitions they saw. They have a picture that's supposedly of a real demon. It's a short, fat man made of fog walking up the stairs. He looks really happy and jolly. They have another one of a short, beige woman at the bottom of the stairs, and she has yellow eyes and a mysterious smile looking at the camera. I don't remember what positions he's at the bottom of the stairs. I don't really think about it that much, but realizing that this makes me a lot more scared, I try not to think about it too often. I don't want to give it attention, but yeah, that was the only supernatural encounter I had in my life. Has anyone else had such an encounter in their life? I was around 7 years old, give or take, and I was at my grandma's house with my mother at the time. My grandma smoked, and the shop that she got them from was probably a 5-minute walk there and back. One day when I was there, my mother and grandma went to the shop to get her some cigarettes, and I stayed at the bungalow owned by my grandma. This is where things get weird. I always kind of felt uneasy in this bungalow, but whatever, I was young and, to be honest, quite unaware. I remember clear as day on this occasion where I was alone and there was a man in a wheelchair with me just in the front room. Now when I think back, I can partially build his face in my head, but nothing was unusual or scary to me. Such a bizarre experience now I think back as an older, matured individual, as I think we looked at each other and no words were exchanged, but I wasn't uncomfortable in my situation. Fast forward around 10 years later, my grandma's a bit unwell, let's say. So I'm speaking with my mother and I ask why my grandmother's husband is in a wheelchair and how did he die. To this point, my mother says that he never was in a wheelchair and asked why I thought that. Obviously, I explained the event. She had no words. He wasn't in a wheelchair, so it couldn't have been him. And no one's ever been in my grandma's bungalow in a wheelchair as long as she lived there. She asked this to my grandma to clarify. Given that I was now around 20 years on from this event, have no real backing or understanding of what that was, from time to time I think about it with curiosity, as I'm not sure if I even believe in these sorts of things, but what else could that have been? I did end up going to see a medium when I was around 16 with a partner at the time and went in with the "this is all bullshit" mindset. This also did backfire, as I was singled out in a room of around 45 people, and the woman told me a man was following me and he died in a car crash in the army. I said, "Must be wrong person, as I don't know anybody like that." To which she said, "He's really close to you. I don't think I'm wrong." I later told my mother's parents about this medium experience, probably a week after. They were shocked as my granddad's best friend died in a car crash in the army. Obviously, I'd never heard about this, so I was none the wiser at the time. Wasn't sure if these correlated in any way, or maybe it was a coincidence, but always baffles me when I consider it all. Here are some things that happened to me when I worked at the Native Medical Center in my area. I'm a CNA, which means that I assist nurses and do all the patient's diaper changes, take vitals, showers, baths, linen changes, bring them food, assist them to the bathroom, and of course, when they unfortunately pass away, I prepare the body to be seen by patients' family members and or to be sent to the funeral home. Scratches on the window. One day I showed up to my shift and we had a patient pass away right before shift change. So it became my job to go into that room and start cleaning up and getting the room and patient ready to be seen by family. The nurse that I was working with was Native, and she explained to me that in her culture you open the window to let the spirit out to bring them peace. She then went over to the window, opened it up. We said a prayer, and in the middle of this prayer, we heard a scream from the room right next door. So we run over to the room where the middle-aged patient explained to us that she was scared. We asked why. She told us that there were scratches and bangs on the window like someone was trying to get inside. We were completely spooked, but explained to the woman that everything was going to be okay. Brought her some snacks and a coffee and comforted her before going back to the deceased patient's room to finish getting the body ready to be seen. The linen closet. I was really busy one day getting patients showered and bathed and changing sheets. I went to the linen closet to get more sheets to make a bed, which was a very small room. I'm really used to people coming into the room to grab things while I'm already in there. Because we're all so busy, it didn't surprise me when somebody came in to grab sheets. I was holding the door with my foot while grabbing sheets out of the linen closet, so I assumed that I was very much in the way of this person that was coming to get sheets as well. I felt this person's presence clear as day and felt them so close that their breath was on my neck. I turned and said, "Oops, I'm sorry, didn't realize that there was something there." I wasn't spooked at all. This didn't feel like a negative spirit. The lady in the bathroom. We had a very sweet lady with a cardiac issue admitted to the floor, and she was independent other than needing assistance with getting her IV pole into the bathroom with her. So I assisted her into the bathroom and shut the door to give her privacy. Then I left the room and waited for her to call for assistance. She didn't call for about 10 minutes, so I went to go check on her to make sure she was doing okay. When I entered the room, I heard a yelp from the bathroom, so I ran in through the door. She was leaning over unconscious, so I hit the code blue from the room. Fortunately, she ended up passing away from this event. The next day, the nurse that had worked with her and I went outside the room talking when we heard a woman scream from that room. We ran into the room and asked if the patient there was okay. They looked at us like we were crazy when we explained that we heard a scream. We were completely spooked. A few days later, I was walking in the hall and heard a scream once again. I went running into that room and another nurse was already in the room when I got there. We had both responded to the same scream and we both realized that there was no one there. We ended up calling a priest to bless the room. Having spiritual experiences in hospitals is not uncommon. I've worked in the healthcare field for quite a while in different locations, and I have had experiences everywhere I've worked. I feel a close connection to the people that pass away and to the people I care for. I pray every day that we can have all peace when we're through.